Am I hearing things yet? Or is no one really talking? Good morning, whoever is here.
Good morning, Marlena.
Hello.
Hey, how are you guys?
Well, it's the end of my morning. It's 7:30, and I'm getting ready to take about a 2 or 3 hour nap. So
Oh, that
I,
sounds nice.
yeah, I haven't been to bed yet.
Oh, okay. I'm just heading to work. I usually jump in here and hang out with people, but everyone sounds like they're tired or not here. Hey.
Good morning, people near the flat Bay of Chaleur.
Hey, Jim.
All right, Jimbo.
Good morning. I hope you're feeling good and everything is all right with you out there. Where we have our tidal Borg.
Yeah. Everything's good. I thought we were gonna have a snowstorm, but I guess not.
It might
You
just
know.
be creeping to us slowly. It really feels like it's going to have wet, heavy snow here all last night and even now this
Yeah, you could
morning.
smell it, eh?
Yeah, it's low cloud and it's kind of cold. It'll be either wet rain and ice or just heavy snow. It
It's all right.
actually feels like it could ice over.
Wouldn't hurt my feelings any if we didn't have any.
I don't mind no snow, you know. I like the fluffy kind when it's good for photo shoots, but other than that, slush and everything, don't need it.
I know
Yeah,
it's so dirty. Snow is so dirty. You know what I mean? After the trucks get to it and stuff, it's so dirty.
Yeah, and in the cities, people kind of like drive in the parking lane almost just to try to hose people down and, salty, dirty water and stuff. It's just rude. Potholes fill up and then, someone drives over one and people on the sidewalk are going, eek.
yeah, that
Yeah.
nasty black slushy sludgy crap. Yeah, it is dirty.
Winter is pretty terrible. Like even the cleaning the sidewalks and stuff, they don't do it well a lot of places anymore. And you got like, wow, ice patches. You fall on ice once and boy, you can hurt yourself real quick.
I
It's
broke
not like,
my pelvic bone, Jim,
yeah, I,
18
I
years ago now.
herniated disc during the ice storm, and thought it was just lower back pain for like 9 months before I had a discotomy on it. It was a
Oh my
disc
God,
pressure on the
ouch.
sciatic nerve. Yeah, it's terrible. But yeah, I don't like ice. Even when you do your best. I don't know if you fall on the grass in the summer, you're not going to hurt yourself as bad as slipping on the sidewalk in ice and just absolutely no control over your fall. You just wind up getting really hurt very often. And it's when you hurt your ribs. Oh my god, you can't even roll over in bed. You can't get up. It's hard to lay down, turn over. Breathing becomes a challenge. You crack a rib. Oh, ow. But like I say, for people who've never gone through it, I hope you never do. You know, some of the actual physical pain you can go through in this world with like a slip and a fall or whatever. Oh my gosh. And really, I used to and still do feel bad about it. But when people wouldn't show up for work, I'd almost curse them like they were, just lazy, faking whatever. But once you have suffered as bad as some of those people probably were and have, you rethink, because pain, you can't see it on the outside. If you got a sciatic nerve being pinched and, whatever going on, oh my God, internally you feel pain. Wow,
Yeah.
pain. But no one on the outside can see that you're even damaged. And,
No.
everything looks normal. What's your problem?
Can't you see the pain on my face, asshole?
You know, you bend over to pick up something and you can't even straighten up.
Yeah,
You
my
get rocked
brother, that
bent
happened to him
over.
too. I totally understand what you're going through. My brother, I saw, I feel so bad for him. He fell off of uh the, what do you call those things? The loft of his cabin onto a concrete floor, and the, what do you call those things? The moose horns or whatever. ended up hitting this just perfectly the side of like his spine, right? And it did something, but you can't see it. But he's the same way. He can't go if he's like picking something up. He can't go straight up. He can't sit properly anymore. And you know what? I feel so bad for him. Is he ended up gaining a lot of weight because he can't exercise. Yeah. So, and the only way
And
that they can fix you guys is splitting your spine open, and he doesn't want that.
yeah, I had a discotomy. Yeah, and the thing is, it happens so fast, and even when you're trying to be careful, it's just it's unsafe. It's like, oil on a floor, on a tile floor or something in a restaurant when you're working. It's just as slippery. When your feet go, you have like no control of how you fall. In certain situations, you fall, you know you're falling, you have time to react a bit, and there's usually not so much damage, you know. But when it's like grass and dirt and stuff, you're insulated a bit. But when it's concrete, sidewalk, all this stuff, might as well use a
So when you
sledgehammer
had
on
your
it.
operation, did it help at all or no?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I still get the twitching, like the nerve is being
Yeah,
fired, but
restless
I
leg.
don't get
Yeah.
no pain because I used to get pain
I'll
right
have to tell him
down.
that.
Yeah, the I used to get like when you get like a spasm in the back of your calf, the
Yeah.
muscle in the back of my calf would just like seize and lock up and pulse every time the nerve got fired by touching that disc in the spine. It's like
Isn't that
when you
something,
get
eh?
a little electric shock, and like when you touch a doorknob, you get an
Yeah.
electrostatic shock there. That's what I felt in my back every 3 seconds for almost 9 months, an electrical shorting.
Because that's the last thing that your nerve remembered is the pain, right? So it keeps doing the same pain. That's what
Yeah,
someone told me. I just learned
you roboted a bit.
I just learned that last night in dance. Instructor said accident. You know those rollers they use to squeeze out lobster? They put
Oh yeah, little
what do you call
spigots
it?
kind of thing.
Yeah, and then you just put them in and it rolls the meat right out of the lobster claws and stuff. His
Yeah,
arm got caught in one of those. Went right up to his just above his shoulder. So you can imagine whatever. And that's what was described. The reason why he was going through this immense pain, even though they took care of it, like whatever they did to his arm. It's been like 6 years now. But the way that the neurosurgeon
yeah. You're
last thing
roboting a
that
bit, but
exactly why he huh?
we're getting most of
Did I
what you're
break out?
saying, but you're roboting a bit.
Shit. Yeah, because I'm going near a government building. That's why. Am I getting better yet?
It
I'm
depends.
almost
Yeah, it
past it.
depends on the injury. One guy, he had his arm amputated by an auger. His friend wrapped it up in some towel with a bit of ice and water and brought him to the hospital. They reattached it, and he has pretty much normal function from his arm because it was
Wow.
severed so clean and stuff.
Yeah,
Uh,
and that's a good surgeon, hey.
yeah, oh yeah. And this is like South Carolina. You wouldn't expect to find this like a qualified surgery like this in
Yeah. I don't mean to laugh, but I get it.
Walterboro or one of these little hospitals out there. Columbia is probably the biggest hospital out there in the Veterans Hospital even, but I don't think they could do it there. But anyway, really in South Carolina, they had some great little towns with little doctors' offices that did incredible cancer surgeries and other stuff just because they were specialized in exactly that, intestinal
Right.
cancers or whatever. But
That's really good. That's a good information for people that need it right now. Because I don't
yeah,
believe in coincidence. I believe that things are said because they need to be said at that time. There might be someone right now listening to this that needs that information. Because I don't believe in coincidence, Jim. Because what happened was I was telling you guys I had surgery back in October. And the kind of surgery I had, I needed a specialist, and the surgeon that I ended up having was the best in Canada. And he was stuck here because of COVID. Like he was supposed to go back. So I wouldn't have had this specific specialist if, I mean, I'm not saying COVID's a good thing, but I'm just saying he got stuck here and ended up helping me. Pretty much well saved my life, right? So I don't believe in coincidence, but I believe that
No,
people have to
there
be.
are no coincidences. Everything,
Right.
like I truly believe everything's predestined by our Creator for every one of us. We may, have these strong egos and beliefs that somehow we're in control and we really do make all the choices and stuff, but there's a reason that everything happens, that we're all here, and that, you know, I don't know, there's more to it than what we've ever been told or taught, and well, we'll come to find out later, eh? But
Absolutely. I mean, there's lots of hints here. As there's lots of hints to show us now that there's more. That's why I believe we daydream.
do you remember I used to talk about the bonfires we made in Richmond at the Tide Line and burn them
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday nights all summer, and across the bay, 20 miles away at Jacket River, same thing.
Right.
See their boat ramp, people putting down boats to the water, truck lights, everything, right? The Irving gas station about, a little way up the hill and the highway, seeing lights
That
go
was so
through.
weird. You said Irving the same time I was passing the Irving.
Well, they had
Okay,
a
keep going. I'm
monopoly.
sorry.
Yeah, I had to work for Irving when I was a kid, so who didn't? But
Yeah, me too.
I told that story about 20 miles, and a guy from Petit Rocher told the story of, well, he did basically the same thing. They have their bonfires in Petit Rocher, and they watch people out in Bonaventure doing the
Right.
same thing. And that's 24 miles away. He beat me. But you're a pilot. When well, I don't know if you've flown out towards Matapedia or whatever.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay, now that bay is 1,000 square miles of nice flat, right?
Right.
No. When you're around, say, Campbellton or Dalhousie and stuff, where the Five Rivers meet and stuff there,
Right. Up
and
near
you look
Trois
out
Rivières.
towards the Atlantic, well, how far do you see? Past Babyak? Do you see
Oh
all the
my
way to?
God, I see. I see really far.
Oh yeah, all the way to to Gaspé almost in Per Se
Oh
Rock.
yeah.
Now that's 111 miles away in a linear path. That should be a mile of curved ocean.
I even have pictures of that. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a
I'll
beautiful
probably break out
view.
right here, but I can still hear you, Jim.
Yeah, and it's 100 miles, 111 miles from around Campbellton, Dalhousie, Matapedia, out to the end of the peninsula where Per Se Rock is. It's 111
Yeah.
miles. That body of water should have 5,800 feet of bend in it in that distance. Now, from a
Yeah.
plane at a few thousand feet up, you would see that curve. It's
Oh,
as tall
definitely.
as like driving down from Aspen down to sea level. It's a full mile, but it's flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
I tell people that when we lose a boat, like in Richmond, you can go out to Black Cape near the wharf and everything. There's a hill, probably 60 feet above the bay, but a great view. And you can take out your
Yeah.
Bushnell binoculars and find a canoe, a skiff, a dory, anything, an inflatable
Oh
raft,
yeah.
and it can be
Yeah.
700 square miles of this bay that you're looking at, and you can spot your little rubber dinghy.
Oh
You
yeah.
couldn't do that
Definitely.
on the curves.
And there's lots of dories out there if anybody wanted to test that out. Like people like doing their, their clam fishing or even just doing mackerel fishing out their dory.
And that bay is sheltered and calm on the north and south. There are mountain ranges that help to protect it.
Oh, I'm
So
gonna ask you
sometimes
something
it's like
about
a
that bay then.
mirror.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have some beautiful pictures because in the summertime we dance out there in Restigouche. So we're back and forth over. You know exactly what I'm talking about, right?
The mighty
Where
roaring
they run
Restigouche.
across this.
Absolutely. dip my feet in there and put on fishing lines all the time. Well, if I go back, I'll get a
Isn't that
license
such a
and fish
beautiful
it.
place?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
Hi.
but yeah, right there, I have such a beautiful. You could see so far out, and it was such a clear day, and you could still see the guys out with their little dories out there. You know what I mean?
it's like
Without
just
binoculars.
it's so protected. I try to emphasize that it's not like looking across the English Channel to France or to Ireland and stuff where you have these open, currents. This is a sheltered bay. It's a
Oh yeah.
1,000 square miles of flat. It averages about 20 miles wide across, but it
I
starts as
think
a
that's one
little
of my
wedge.
favorite places in Canada. You know that, Jim? I love it there. As soon as they tell us we're going there, I'm like, yes. I love it so much.
But the air
Yeah.
is
Oh,
so
I was going to
clear
ask
on it.
you, in Ontario, okay, at the what's it called? You were just talking about it. The water over there. Oh my God, my mind went blank. There's supposed to be and my uncle just told me this too, so it's good that I'm talking to you. He said when he was out there as a little boy, that they have something like the Loch Ness Monster
Well,
in
yeah, Quebec
Ontario.
has Mampré McGee monster, which is a type of sea serpent or thing. We have lots of lake monsters in Ontario. Have them in British Columbia. Not Okefenokee, that's in the south, but
Yeah, I've heard
there's
of the
a
ones out west. I've heard of those because they're such a big deal in our native culture when we're on the Powwow Trail. They are huge. But I didn't know there was one in Ontario. And all the times I'm out there, I never, because I'm so into that, right? Like people, I mean, so like some creatures know how to hide because we can't see down there, right? Like
yeah.
my river over here, I know I've seen something before. I know damn well Miramichi River. They try to estimate how deep it is, but I'm gonna tell you, anytime we've thrown anchor, our anchors never touch the bottom. So I know it's deeper and there's something going on over
Well,
here.
yeah, you're farther out towards the Atlantic around Moncton and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm north of Moncton.
Because again, the bay is a lot shallower in places like New Richmond, Carleton, other stuff. They
Right.
aren't as deep as farther out, and there are ruins under the water around Dalhousie and
I
stuff
heard that.
where there were
I heard
foundations of
that.
buildings and stuff.
Yeah,
So
that's so cool. That
yeah,
something happened not too long ago where it blew a bunch of the the sand and stuff away, and they seen even more things there. Hey, I heard about that recently.
well,
Well,
there's
last
a
year.
ridge. It's 1,000 feet up. It's between Miguasha and Carleton.
Right.
Now, I want to do LiDAR up there. I want to buy it if it's for sale, and I want to do a dig there because I know there were structures there. And the high ground was often, more important people lived higher and higher on the hills. We still do
Right.
it today. But I know up on that plateau above Miguasha, if I dig there, I know I'm going to find some shit. Even if it's
No
pottery,
doubt.
artifacts, other stuff, I know there's
Oh
a
yeah.
ruin of a town or a city there, just like in Ruby-Doo. Ruby-Doo, they put up some makeshift government stuff in the past to cover the foundations of the town that was there
Oh
before.
yeah. You
So
know what? If you're
they
being
mask
pulled
our
towards that,
history.
Chip, if you're being
Huh?
pulled towards that, then that's what you're supposed to be doing.
Well, like I say, since I found that place, that plateau, and the view it has, and the fact that I know that the houses were just flooded away and pushed down that damn hill, you know, there's something to it. That was a little town, a little village. There were people there. Look, I went about 2 months ago to a White Lake here, just about an hour out of Ottawa. Now, I went with two of my friends and we went to go fishing, just, cook some fish and other stuff. Well, I'm down by the water of this little lake and we're not far from town. And I'm looking behind me, not at the water, and I'm seeing kind of corners that are filled in, like with, leaves and dirt and everything over time. Well, I tell my friends, hey, that's the foundation. They said, no, no, it's just rocks. Because there are mounds and everything everywhere. And, it's not a very uniform topography there. But I said, no, 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 it's a foundation. And I dug out two of the corners, and they were positioned stone foundation, rocks, whatever you want to call them. It was the base of a building. The rocks didn't form two 90-degree corners at that lake naturally. It was a construction. And it's like a couple hundred yards from town. And it's a historical site, but it's just mudded over and ignored. But they're everywhere. And I mean everywhere. And the stories behind them are, quite creative, but usually not true. Here we have the old alkali mills, and they claim that they used to extract potash or alkali metals. There's no alkali metals around there. There's nothing to mine. I really don't think they were making alkalis there. The canals don't reach that particular part. But out there, it's a bit of a swamp and a park now, or a natural preserve, if you will. But there's a 1,200-foot footprint there. When there's enough water, it's a little foot-shaped lake with 5 toes,
Do
1,200 feet.
you reckon Shrek wanders around the swamp bit?
Yep, Shrek and his offspring, I guess, little Shreks.
That's so cool.
You too, robot. Right now, we didn't catch any of that.
And Donkey, I'm not gonna sit here and dismiss any monsters after what I see. Damn it!
She said that's so cool, and you're back now.
I got just about a mile away from here. It's like a little pond with what's an oversized wishing well. If you or I had a little pond and we built a little wishing well, we'd make it a certain size, right? Well, make that about 6 or 7 times your normal wishing well size. Well, I think there was someone maybe 25 feet tall or 18 feet tall that lived there, that sculpted the land, and that placed the rocks in that ring that formed that well there. It's not a normal 6-foot man and woman size well. And it's just like the canals here, like the sawmill canal, they call it. In Ontario, we have a few thousand miles of canals. We have canals that we could dig up and make more canals because they're already formed and they're just mudded over. But we didn't build the canals around, Erie or anywhere like that. Most of them were there. Some of them been refaced, redone. But all these old canals throughout Ontario were dug long before Jacques Cartier, or I don't care, even if they want to marry Vespucci. The canals were there before these clowns. Cities were named all up and down the West Coast, East Coast, less on the West Coast in old maps and stuff. But towns were already named. Borders, like the Mexican border in old maps, comes damn near up to Canada. Mexicans didn't really move north of the border. The border moved south and left them stranded in America. A lot of it was takeover, California, the Baja, Texas. That was all Mexico. And spoils of victory, I guess, or perceived victory.
Mm. Is Marlena still there? Marlena, are you still lurking?
All I can say is junk what you've been taught and relook at everything, because it's worth taking another look. But yeah, the flatness and the clearness of the air, some of the days on that Bay of Chaleur, oh my gosh, the visibility. You have to call it 100%. I don't know what else to call it. You know, a lot of places, I guess the angle, the wind, the turbulence, all kinds of factors come into play. But when you have these beautiful days, these beautiful summer and spring and fall days to check out those views of this amazing flat earth proof area, which is the places between, you know, the Gaspé and the New Brunswick coast, and that 100 miles of flat water that should have 1 mile of curve in it, and there's not an inch of curve. Well, I mean, what a flat playground and a flat education center that is. Because, like I say, growing up, I never thought that I was looking directly across at people having fun 20 miles away. My brain was on booze, chicks, music, staying warm, and, you know, just normal stuff. Hey, people can go there and think, why am I seeing directly across? There's supposed to be earth hump. You're supposed to be able to hide a 20-story building on the beach over there, and I should not see it. What's wrong with this picture? When I grew up and went to these bonfires, that wasn't a thought. Today, it can be a thought in people's heads. Why am I seeing their bonfire?
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
Times have changed. Maybe new ideas can be introduced in the right way. I know my flashlight, the through night, I could Morse code you across the bay. And if you knew Morse code, you'd pick it up. Like ship to ship used to do 7 miles, no problem. With my light in that bay, and anyone can buy one of these lights for a few $100s. It really is a searchlight that's brighter than the sun, that's handheld. It doesn't take a crane or forklifts to get it in place, and hernias. It's like a slightly oversized flashlight. Not even really. It's designed for the purpose. But they're $212 now, you know? And when you turn it on and you see the beam and, well, everything, it just warms your heart. You glow, you laugh, you giggle, and you're a grown adult. It's a thrill. I'm not sure why more flat earthers don't have one. I mean, it's brighter than the sun. You can take out one of these lights on the sunniest day, shine it on the asphalt, and it shines brighter than the sun. What a tool for flat earthers. I've been suggesting this searchlight called the Enigma. It has a 7-mile beam. You could sit on a beach 7 miles away. I could turn on that light and you could read your newspaper. So you want to Samuel Robotham? Line of sight test? Want to see if there's refraction on a beam that runs 7 miles? It's $2,500. I offered to put $250, $300 I'll put towards it if someone sets up a GoFundMe. And
so where would be the ideal place to use it, Jim?
I'd be happy to put $250 to $300 in it myself. And I promise if someone does who's competent, responsible, has done good work, I'll put the money in the account.
Where's the best place where's the best area you think that should have something like that?
You know, almost anywhere, but again, like the Gaspé, there are days in the clearness of the air. There's population around that can easily get to the beaches and stuff, you know, good numbers of people. Mm-hmm. You know, some places like the English coast, Ireland to England or England to France, so like that would certainly, you know, I'm sure
I would
this
chip him
light.
for something like that as well.
Yeah, this is called the Enigma. I posted it and I'll repost it in back chat. But the damn thing is made to blind pirates. I can shine it at a reflector that's 12.3 miles away on the mountain and see the return flash. That means my handheld one, the light is able to travel one way 12 miles back to my eye. So that light, my handheld one, should be visible 25 miles away. Definitely from Jacket River to Bonaventure. Definitely from New Richmond to, or well, Jacket River to New Richmond, and certainly from Petit Rocher to Bonaventure. I'm not sure if it couldn't be seen from Moncton to, well, whatever's the other side. I don't know, past Pabiac or beyond past Pabiac, out towards Gaspé. It's more miles, but, searchlights or lighthouses can be seen 60 miles away. What's nice, too, the other side of the Gaspé is the St. Lawrence River. It starts pretty narrow at Montreal, but opens up to miles wide by the time you get to, Trois-Rivières and out towards, Montjoly and finally out towards the north side of the Gaspé. You got another wonderful body of water to shine across with villages, town on both sides, all the way up the St. Lawrence waterway. Ever increasing distance. It's a wedge, like a long thin slice of cheese or pizza. You start at 10 miles, go to where it's 20 miles, go to 25, go to 30. You could do the same over the Bay of Chaleur. You could do from the Jacket River to New Richmond. You could do from Petit Rocher to Bonaventure, and I don't know what's across from Moncton and stuff, but lots of great areas for shots across the water. So I don't know. I'd be willing to put money on that and trust someone. I'd rather try, and even if someone ripped off the money, I wouldn't care. I'd rather put it than not have tried at all. Just out of faith and goodwill and belief. And I'll put up the money. I don't care. I'll put in my portion. Whatever happens, hopefully the right thing happens. But if not, I won't worry about it. At least I tried. And this ain't like, having, I don't know, they're talking about, several drones and water levels attached to the drones and playing sort of drone leapfrog across a couple of miles or whatever distance. And, we have good instruments now, better lights. Like I say, a lot of people are stuck on the P1000s and stuff. Well, that's 1,000 millimeter zoom. For a couple $100, you can get an extreme zoom that's 2,600 millimeters. It's like 1.5 times. It's much stronger, much more powerful zoom. The 1,000 mil is really very limited, and less than half what you can get with one of these high performance extreme zoom lenses that fits to any 35 millimeter camera. So I wouldn't even consider working. There's a lot out there. I'm not saying they're no good or anything, but there's better and more powerful, and that
Really,
would help.
why have good when you can have great? Right?
Huh?
I said, why have good when you can have great?
Yeah, well,
When it comes
every
to
little improvement counts, If you can actually, punch a little farther with the zoom, Look, I look at Mount Edelweiss from my balcony. I think it's over 20 miles away. I can see the skiers, the lights, the posts, the T-bar, everything. You can see skiers coming down the hill at night with this lens. I can take a picture of the tower that's 12.3 miles away, and literally you can see the guy wires, or at least the shadow from the guy wires. That's 12 miles away. I can see people 1 mile away smiling and the cracks between their teeth. If they hold up two fingers, I can tell them you're holding up two fingers. It's incredibly powerful, and it was only a couple $100 from 47th Photo in New York or something.
What are you talking about?
Extreme telephoto zoom lens for Canon and Nikon cameras.
Okay.
It far surpassed the P1000 zoom.
How much is it? Around
$200.
Oh, that's not bad.
Or even less, I think now.
I have to write that
But
down.
it's Optiplex.
I'm at work, so if I'm a little bit, I can hear you perfectly. But if you can't hear me that well, I just.
But yeah, like as far as
valley.
I don't want the money. I don't want the lamp. It's 150 pounds, but I'm happy to put to a GoFundMe to get one. Have someone rent a generator and get it out to the coast a few times. I'd be happy.
Oh my God, right? Oh my God, right?
250, 300, I'm happy to throw it there and give it a whirl with other people.
I'll chip in.
It's definitely. The insignia. Let me put it in the back again. And
we just have to definitely, narrow down to who's really responsible, who would take care of it. And then maybe if we could mail it around to different places.
Yeah, exactly.
After a while,
And the fact is, these have distributors in England. In Canada, we have 3 or 4 across the country that distribute this or are authorized to sell it, So we have East Coast, West Coast, and Central Canada have these things for sale. So, almost anywhere they're needed, if the choice was made, they're available, throughout Europe. And so, but yeah, it'd be good to get one out there and put it on a shore and just start blazing it, And I'm sure it'd get very positive results, even on a 6 mile, Robotham turn over in his grave with joy. Like I say, I'll find the link of the thing demonstration of it and stuff. But again, it's the Carlisle Group sells it. It's $2,500 or so. Weighs 150 pounds and has a 7-mile beam that's visible to the eye, which is pretty cool. So let me put it in the back again.
Oh my God, that's crazy, eh? 7 miles. I love it.
7 miles on an optical.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I have such a shitty connection at work, as you guys know. Oh, crap. Hold on.
Why don't you put us on the windowsill? Remember where you used to put it? Put your phone?
Yeah, I will. Hang on just a second. My patience. Hang on.
So there's a link, and it's just like I say, it's designed primarily to basically blind people miles away. Pirates. So it probably has other functions, but I think it's 7 miles is pretty decent, and 6 miles, I don't know how many feet of curve there's supposed to be. Anyway, this beam of light, you can film it from the side, take pictures of it. You won't see bend, curve, diffraction, refraction, arcing, the typical claims. Oh, light bends around the curve. Anyway, like I say, I'm willing to throw in a couple 100, 300. I don't care. Any day. If someone can get it on the ground and, power it up, and might have some exciting results. without a lot of bullshit. you know, playing hopscotch with drones and building, a level line and, along a canal or doing whatever and pulling strings and God knows what. It might just be a bright idea, it might not be. But I think it's worth like I say, I'll put my money where my mouth is. And I won't cry and squawk if anything happens either. If it fails the first time and something happens and someone else does it, I'd even put money on the second time around. I just hope at least it gets tested and looked at. And it's probably a nice tool to have. Like I say, my handheld searchlights, they warm my heart. They give you that fuzzy feeling. I hope some of you invest in one and get that fuzzy feeling. It's worth it. I'm actually saving for, it's called the Ace Beam W10. It makes a laser white light. It's small. I mean, this flashlight fits in your pocket, but it'll shoot a beam for a mile. And what it does, it shoots a blue laser at a little phosphorus chip, and that phosphorus chip yields blinding, pure white light. And it goes through a little, reflective mirror. Yeah, like the inside of a skin, and it focuses it, whatever, and you get a white laser light that shines for a mile that fits in your pocket. It's about just over $300, probably close to $400 with tax. But I think I'll enjoy it. My first light, the through night, was just about $400. I have another one. It's a little better than through night. It was just over $300, and I don't regret buying any of them. Yeah, they're just a joy to use. And wow, when I was up on Mount Royal with the through night and shining on buildings over a mile away, and oh God, I drew a crowd. They couldn't understand how a little handheld flashlight could be so bright, so powerful. It's just unheard of. It's like the one demonstration, this guy had bought one, and he goes out with his father. And his father drives 5 miles away. And the kid is on the dirt road and whatever, and he turns it on and asks his dad, do you see it? His dad is laughing, giggling, because he knows how big the flashlight is, and he can see it clear as day. And you wouldn't expect that. What flashlight can you turn on, and people see it 5 freaking miles away? And clearly, there ain't many. You take those 4C cell batteries, whatever, mag lights. Mag lights are supposed to be kind of big and powerful. They're inky dinky. No, if you can, and you have things you do at night sometimes and places you go, having one of these lights, oh wow, I don't know what else to say. But anyway, I'm gonna invest in one of these blue laser to white lights, and if someone puts together a GoFundMe for one of the insignia or enigmas, whatever, searchlights with the 7 mile beam, I'll happily throw $250, $300 into it. No questions asked. I wouldn't be surprised on a good day that a light like that could be seen beach to beach 50 miles. It wouldn't surprise me.
Anyone here? Testing. Anyone in voice or text chat?
Oh yeah.
This is super weird, dude. It's like, okay, over at Gem Panda, there's no one on right now. There's one dude in the text chat. Over here is just me and you. Nathan Oakley's show's going on, but I'm boycotting it because Righteous Force banned me or live muted me for somehow saying that this isn't a globalist safe space. Even though I explained what I meant by that. It's not an echo chamber. And then he said God told him to do it.
It's because Righteous Force is retarded. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I just told Nathan Oakley, I said, as long as you got this retarded fake flat earther spouting shit about flat earthers, why should I join your show anymore? Why should I partake if I'm just going to get live muted right after?
Yeah, he runs the Discord not the same way, not just alive. I don't like Righteous.
Yeah, for me, it's not about liking or disliking. I'm just trying to figure out how this guy's brain works. Like, explain to me your thinking process here. You know, normally he doesn't. He'll just mute you and not say a word. He said, you violated server rules, and not even give you an explanation. But yesterday he did. You know, he said that I was not making it inclusive of other people. And I'm like, who? He's like, doesn't matter who. I'm like, to me it does. Tell me who I didn't make the server inclusive for. See, he has to morph his head into this third-person atheist that isn't even in the room to get offended so that he can jump back into the moderator position and then moderate against me in favor of this atheism person that is sitting on the side of his shoulder. And then cite the Bible back at me that I'm not submitting to the authorities of that server. And I'm not listening, paying attention. At the same time, I'm in the live mute. There's like a cog.dis section. So basically, I'm in the cog.dis area of that server. And in the meanwhile, all the globalist trolls can just sit there and keep trolling me while this is going on in the middle of our conversation. And he takes no action whatsoever in that.
Yep, that's exactly the problem I have with him because he can't let a flat earther talk, but he'll just let these globy complete disgusting people go on and on and on forever.
In the worst case was I was the only flat earther in the chat at the time. There's like 6 globalists and me. So if that's the case, he should step up and be like, hey, Crit, you fucked it up. Now I'll take over and show you how it's done. No, it just turned into a complete echo chamber. And the thing too, like he'll like one time he muted me because he said he was playing a video game. I'm like, if your video game is overtaking your duties as moderator and you're just live muting people, which is their version of cog.dis, because you're interrupting your video game sessions, it might be time to grow up a little bit and maybe pass the torch to somebody who actually isn't going to be video gaming all day and going to be paying attention.
Hey, fuck him. Put his bitch ass in cog.dis. He's in this server.
Yeah, he's gold plus though. So we're the same rank.
Fuck that bitch. He doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, I've asked him multiple times, is the Earth flat? And he won't even say anything at all. He just ignores the question. Like, how did somebody who won't even say the Earth is flat even get flat Earth roll, let alone silver, let alone valued, let alone gold, let alone gold plus?
I don't know, man. I never liked that guy. It's worthless.
I mean, just to get people VC verified, they have to tell you if the Earth is flat or not, or what they think. He wouldn't even pass VC verified, but yet he's somehow the top moderator on a big flat Earth server.
It was on Golden Globies, right? Or Science versus Pseudoscience, I mean.
Yeah, science versus pseudoscience.
I see him in the VC right now.
Yeah, I jumped in there to ask because there's a pre-show. I'm like, what's going on with the server? We got Nathan Oakley here. We got the full Ballbuster panel. Like they're talking about that flat earthers aren't, flat Earth content creators aren't really making enough money. And I'm like, well, yeah, because you don't see, like, compared to globalists anyway. Yeah, you don't see on the globalist side a fake globalist flat earther silencing, muting, kicking, banning globalists. They know what each other, they have some sort of mutual respect. They're not screwing each other over for some sort of flex on the internet.
Yeah, you're right though. You don't see people like, oh, you're faking. You're a flat earther or some shit. To get out of here or whatever. Sacrifice their own members. For the most part.
Yeah, he's trying to make it seem like I've got the problem because I've been, I don't know. Never mind. Maybe it's boring to talk about this. Let him live it. Let that be a safe space if he really needs it. Because if he comes over here and tries to spout crap, I'll be able to say, hey, now we're on equal footing. You don't have the mute button, the mute to win here. You're going to actually have to answer and, present your case.
If somebody asks me if I think the Earth is flat and I didn't respond, can I get gold?
Yeah, I know.
Gold plus.
Is your goal to be like a righteous force, and then you go on to mute flat earthers and stuff?
Oh yeah. Start off right with you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm the first victim, right?
I don't know. I don't know why the hell he would choose you, dude. Out of all the people, like,
Yeah, because well, they said that I trigger them basically because I present questions and things that they can't answer, and they tried to deflect the flat Earth. I hold their feet to the fire. They asked me to explain flat Earth, and I do. And then when they say that's not an answer, I explain it again. And when they try to reset or play wordsmith games, see, that's another problem too. On that server, you can only post like every 15, 20 seconds or something like that. So you've got like 10 globalists versus one flat earther, and they just drowned out everything you say. If you try to respond to more than one person, it gets marked as spam and both messages get deleted.
wow.
And then one other interesting thing is apparently QE is like best friends with that server's owner. And
Elijah's in there right now. He should be able to take care of you.
what's that?
Elijah is in the text chat. You might be able to take care of it. Although I don't know if I think Righteous has a higher role.
Yeah. No, the only thing I can do at this point is turn it over to other people, like Elijah, like Steve, like Flatzoid, and other people, Arwen, Neil. All these people have said basically the same complaint I have, and hopefully, either people decide to migrate servers or abandon that ship, or they understand, figure out what Righteous is doing, and what he thinks how his mind is working.
Wow, you're the only one that's got live muted role online
Yeah.
right now.
It's funny too. Like, look at the chat. I have to go find it. I moved that server all the way down to the bottom of my list. Just look at the probably the crap that the globals are posting. Look at here. Yeah, the flat earthers because YouTube told them so, and somehow that's acceptable. So me saying this is not a safe space, all ideas are welcome, not just globe ideas. That's a cog dis right there. Boom, cog dis. Get off the live stream. But then making a claim that the only reason why flat earthers say this Earth is flat is because of YouTube. Making that claim and not substantiating it at all, no problem.
I mean, we could always say that they only think it's a ball because they saw it on TV, and that's literally what most of them are using as evidence because they saw it on TV being round.
Yeah, it's actually true though. You can show them that you've only seen this ball on TV. My ideas of flat Earth have nothing to do with YouTube. I was told one time that to give that place the Seattle treatment or the Portland treatment, just let it burn itself out. It's unsustainable.
What's that gif with that dude bouncing the globe off his butt?
Yeah, that was because it's from Charlie Chaplin.
I thought that's who it was.
Yeah. So basically, is implying that the globalist people on that server can do and say whatever they want.
Yeah.
They can. The rules simply don't apply to them. They can make shit up. They can lie about flat earthers. They can call you a mong, call you retarded. No problem. They get to do whatever they want. But a flat earther even implies that, hey, you also have to let flat earthers talk too. Nope, that's not allowed.
Yeah. It's definitely not the first time I've seen this happen in the server, and already not really. I'm not really don't have a lot of activity in the server because of a lot of reasons. Because they're allowing, for one thing, they're not moderating these globers, and
Over moderating flat earthers. That's a double
yeah.
problem. That's really
I'm
what
not
this
gonna
boils
be the
down
one
to.
getting banned. I'm not going to be the one getting banned over proving these globers wrong. So I'm not going to stay on that server. And I got really interact with them. Look. One of these zoo files. Another one in their server. See, this is the shit that sickens me, dude. It's like almost as bad as Gem Panda's server in there. Because of all the globers, they just let talk about whatever the hell they fucking want. This dude's like, yeah, them dogs be looking fine though. Are you serious, dude? That's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, they try. Like, I go to Jam Panda every so often, because, like, basically I got thick skin. It doesn't really matter what they tell me, and I'll just stay on message. Lemon does too. There's a few of us that go over there. Stacy, Stacy goes over there quite often. So, I mean, you got to have a stomach for it. The issue is, though, it's designed. They're honest about it. Like, this place is this is going to be a rough and tumble place for a flat earther, and you know that going into it. While the flat Earth debate, science versus pseudoscience, is supposedly advertised as a neutral place or slightly flat Earth, because you actually should be able to debate flat Earth in the server, but you can't.
I've had a couple good ones over there, but obviously there was nobody moderating. Nobody really had to, obviously, but it would have been nice to have somebody other than a couple people in there having my back on my argument.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea. They want to run off all the flat earthers so they can just like circle around one globe or one globe person. It's like almost like the Flat Earth Official. If you've ever seen that page, it's like 10 flat earthers and like 2,000 globalists.
Yeah, it's another furry channel, dude.
Yeah, and you say nothing. Like, there's absolutely nothing posted in there until a flat earther says something, and then the chat just explodes, like hundreds of comments. And it's like, really, that's how you do this?
All those globers and not one debate versus a flat earther.
Yeah. Like, they got just tons of questions for flat Earth. Like, if you look down in the arena text, like, even trying to talk to Professor Phil, this guy just doesn't get it. He's a physics professor. You ask him, why does ice melt? He won't answer. And he's like, I'm not going to answer that. You like me trying to explain how I tie my shoes. I'm like, well, can you do that? Can you explain how you tie your shoes? So that's what I'm saying. What I do here with Professor Phil is about equal to what I do over there. At no point have I ever called him an idiot, even though multiple times he said I'm all kinds of shit. And I just let it flow off my back because I know if he's got to resort to personal insults, he's not part of academia to begin with. It exposes him. So yeah, he won't explain why ice melts to me because I won't understand, because he'll explain it at the atomic level, and he guarantees I won't get it. It doesn't matter if I get it or not, right? Why does this be interesting? So I'm not going to explain something because the person I'm going to explain it to won't get it. Really? So my explanation is dependent on the listener, not me.
Yeah, it's because they got these stupid science channels where they want to try to explain gravity in like 4 different difficulty levels or whatever. It's all bullshit.
Wow, why is it so quiet in here? Did someone find curvature or something?
No,
I didn't think so.
it's been kind of a contentious morning. Not here, on another server.
Got you. Yeah, I just had like a lot of contentious moments in VC. So I was just, when you said that, I was just thinking, I wonder if it is something in the air. I don't know, but I'll be right back. There's someone else up there. So maybe if they'll come down here. Oh, listen, check this kid in. He said he was 15. His name's, if you see him around, give this dude like the utmost respect, and just like when you approach him and talk, which everybody does anyway, but this dude, let me tell you, he's 15 years old and you'll love him. He came in here and he's like gung-ho, he's fired up, and he's going on about, I'm ready to debate hardcore wanting to debate. He is so confident. He knows his globe. He is definitely 100% confident, full blown glober, ready to debate. So I'm like, okay. I let him know. I go through the server stuff with him, and then when I listen, this is like golden. You can ask JD. It's like he was in there. It was the most. I wished I'd had it recorded. It's the most golden moment that I've experienced yet. It's like we were going over the things. I was going over how the debates work and everything. If you debate, about having opinions, that's okay. But if you make a claim, I'm going through all that stuff. When I told him about the additional information, he's like, okay, let me check that out, because he is very thorough, right? He is concise, he is thorough, and he's good. So he's very honest. Well, he scrolls all the way down there to the additional information, and he looks at it, and he's like, oh, wait, wow. He says, you guys have a rebuttal for all of my arguments. He's like, I can't debate you guys. You guys have a rebuttal for every argument that I have. He goes, what's this? Gravity? He's like, what's this? Eclipses? And he's like, he's doing this out loud. And I'm telling you, man, it was like the most golden moment ever. He's like, well, maybe. And I'm just grinning from ear to ear and trying not to, because I don't want to laugh, right? But it was like, it was tickling me pink because he was just so genuine and organic. And he was so honest. And then he said, and then he told us, he said, I might need to rethink. And he goes, I might need to, how did he say it, JD? He said, I might need to regroup and gather some intel.
Yeah, he was pretty good. Oh, yeah, he said, I'm going to go gather some intel.
He's like, maybe I need to gather some intel before I come in here to debate. And because I had just went through this thing with him, and I told him, I said, look, I love your enthusiasm and I love your honesty and I love your passion. This is the only thing that I hope. I hope that once you receive this information, this was right before I told him about the additional information. So I said, once you receive this information and you go out and you do your own observations and your own verifications and you find out the earth is flat, I hope that you have this enthusiasm and this conviction for flat earth as you do for globe. And then that's when he looked at the additional information and said what I just went through with you. So you're going to love this kid. He's 15. His name is the Professor. It's like the best check-in I've ever had in my life. It was pretty awesome. And the name, the Professor, it's like I wasn't expecting him. You know what I was expecting when someone comes in with a name like the Professor. You still there, Crit? Wow.
Yeah.
Tough room.
No, I'm here. I just wasn't sure what I could add to that. Yeah, VC check-in can be kind of fun. You get lots of different people, lots of different ideas.
Yeah, sure. Well, anyway, just wanted to share that with you. I think you guys will love them when you run across them. Just when you see someone named the Professor, it may not be what you expect. So check with you in a few.
Ziggy. Good morning. Anybody out there?
No.
Good. I'm by myself.
Don't worry, man. I'm with you.
What's up?
What's up on the flat stationary Earth? Did it start moving or bending anywhere?
Oh no, I looked out my window. I saw a little bit of curvature, to be honest. I just saw a little bit, though.
Is it the curvature in your eyes, maybe?
You know, I put a fisheye lens up in my eyes somewhere. Maybe that's it. That's why I see the curve of it.
Alright.
It's probably gravity, let's be honest. It's probably just gravity, yeah.
As long as you believe in it, it's all good. See, we got. Hey, Ziggy. Can you hear us? Ziggy? You can unmute your mic if you like.
Yeah. He's not VC verified, I think. You need to mute him and then unmute him. So
I unmuted him.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Ziggy, you have control over your mic, man. Just mute whenever you feel.
If he wants to use it, if not, I'll mute him back, and later we can verify him. Possibly. Going once, going twice. Muted. Hey, Ziggy, if you like to be VC verified, let us know, okay? Let me tag everyone in the lobby. Let's see if we get any Globers. Welcome. Add here. Add everyone. People hate me for doing that sometimes. I haven't done it in a long time. There you go.
The ping didn't work.
What was that?
The ping didn't work, so not everyone got pinged.
You sure?
Yeah. It would have come up yellow.
It's probably been, how do you say? It's been fixed so it doesn't crash the internet. Before I will tag everyone and people will just go crazy. Why are you tagging me? Like 20 people. Maybe I overused it and it was fixed. It's all good. bungee jumping destroyer. That's kind of funny. If you destroy the bungee jump, what does that mean? Break it on your way down? He's deaf anyways, talking about him. You already know.
Do you guys remember that person that Truth Prevails was talking about? I think they might be joining sometime soon. The professor. Just waiting for them.
Yeah, I saw someone with her in the check-in. It was you already know or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you already know.
You already know.
You already know.
I know that you already know.
I
But
know
I
that
don't
you already
know.
know.
I don't know you already know.
But you do know that I already know.
The only thing I already know is that you already know.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you already know it's flat. So
Of course. Of course.
Just technically, nobody can know what another person.
Oh my god.
Just saying. Since we're going there.
Well, if we can know that we can't know, then we can know something. And if we can know something, we can know other things. So we gotta know something.
What if we don't know anything?
But how can there be anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Cannot
Something.
be nothing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you must know
There must
something.
be something. But something must have created something. Something can't just come out of nothing.
Maybe. We don't know.
What, by random chance?
If
I don't think
something's
so.
nothing, then would that make nothing something?
But I mean, if nothing is something, then that means something is nothing, right?
At that point, you can't make distinctions. That would make knowledge impossible if nothing could be something. That's like saying left could be right or up could be down or life could be death.
But if the something is in this reality as we know, and the nothing is out of this reality, maybe the something came out of the nothing. We just can't be in the nothing. We have to be in the something.
But it must have some value, right? If it's nothing, it can't be nothing, right? There must be some sort of value to the nothing. There must be some sort of value to the nothing for it to become something.
Well, for it to be true for us, that means that we have to share the world where this something is nothing. So either we're in the same world where the same rules apply and the reality can be shared, or this is a totally different place under totally different rules with totally different knowledge.
But all of this knowledge and everything that this other place has must have originated somewhere, right? Did it originate at that place? Or at a different place and a different time?
As far as we know, there's only one reality, maybe different layers to the reality, but one reality nonetheless.
Why is there something at all?
Probably because it was created. As far as we know, that's the only way to get something from nothing is with creation.
But what created it? That's what we want to know.
People who believe in a God settle it by saying it lived forever, that it just always was, and or is under different rules and different requirements or whatever, assuming it has any requirements or what have you.
But what came before it? Time or it?
Probably nothing if it's eternal. It just always
Time is conceptual anyway, so to say what was before time or when this and that was makes no sense.
very true. The only thing that they allow to break the cycle is God. or eternal pantheism if you believe the universe or whatever is God. But you still need something to break the cycle. The answer to the chicken or the egg problem is a God or a creator to create the chicken in the first place.
And the rooster.
Probably created both of them, kind of like Adam and Eve, with the potential to make little eggs.
Roger that.
That's the problem you find in a lot of materialism. They want material to be this self making thing, so they make the circle turn in on itself. Gravity accumulates mass, generates gravity. Very circular. They're looking for materialism instead of a creator. And it always ends up turning circular, begging the question. It's like trying to get eternity out of material instead of eternity with a god.
Like selling people on infinity. There's no such thing as infinity.
Infinity in the concept that it breaks the notion of time that we know of, the need for creation, duration, lasting only for a short amount of time before it withers and dies.
Infinity and
Don't-
beyond.
Mathematics don't permit infinity, although they found a way to throw the symbol in there. Has no business there.
The closest they have is any number of values that you can come up with between, say, 1 and 2 or 0 and 1. You could come up with just about any number with any number of decimals.
The
And
fact is,
would be at
between
time.
0 and 1 and 0 and -1, you can count infinitely and never end counting.
Yeah.
Point 0, 0, 0, 0 and decide when you want to stop adding zeros and put your 1. Either direction.
Pretty
There's an
much.
infinity between 0 and 1 and 0 and -1. So where do you want to go?
And infinite numbers, even beyond that.
These are concepts like infinity and 0 being a value that are made to, have people believe that nothing is something. Like I say, if nothing is something, I'll send you absolutely nothing, zero, zip, nada, and you send me some money for it, and I won't even send you a goddamn thank you, because nothing is nothing. So if you think 0 is a value and a something, 0 ice cream, 0 whatever you want, I'll send you a bunch of zeros. Just send me your money for nothing. And I'll send you 0 ice cream if you want 0 ice cream. I'll send you 0 Cadillacs if you want 0 Cadillacs. Just
make sure you pack the nut in pretty well, so it doesn't get damaged.
I wouldn't want my nothing to break on its way to your doorstep now.
You wouldn't want it to explode into everything.
The Big Bang. But the Big Bang, they're working on
A good one. I wasn't expecting it, but that's all.
But really, with the Big Bang, they want pantheism. They're not letting people know it, but the only way to make it logical is to square that circle, because the Big Bang is like this string that just ends in nothing. So to make it logical, they got to square that circle and tie that end of the rope to the other end and get the eternal pantheism that they really want out of the Big Bang. They're working on it. You can hear them talking about a universe that bangs and crunches in some sort of cyclical way.
So they're working on nothing?
They're working on making it eternal and cyclical, saying that the universe just always was instead of God, or that the universe is God and just always was.
So they're working on nothing.
Working on an eternal something.
Is a concept something or nothing?
Some people do go mentalist. The only way that they can conceptualize infinity is in the mind, so it's like they're giving the mind godlike power. This world of the mind that can conceptualize things. They talk about the eternal mind, the nous, the logos, this mind that always was.
Okay, you feel an itch on your brain. Can you think and scratch it?
Excellent point. I do not
So
believe so.
is concept real? It's conceptual. It's not real. An idea isn't necessarily tangible because you have one. You can think about a tomato sandwich, but not make it a concrete reality. So a thought of a tomato sandwich, you can't eat it.
Well, you can think of a smell and eat something else, but actually taste the thing that you're thinking of. So
You can think of scratching a itch on your brain too. It don't mean you're going to really scratch an itch on your brain.
I don't think anybody can have an itch on their brain. Does the brain feel anything?
They say it can't.
I guess my question would be like, are only material things real?
Well, there does appear to be some of that, but I think even with the brain, you see kind of a principle there. Um, it's like the brain can't feel, but the rest of the body can feel. And that kind of makes
Sure.
sense if you think about operability. And by operability, I mean like a punch. I can punch you really hard, but if you get closer and closer to me, I'm just going to have this little, weak punch that only goes an inch. It needs to have the right distance to have the right operability and power. You need to be a foot away from me for my punch to be fully generated and fully expressed as power. It's the
Sure.
same with the brain. The stuff's going out to the brain and back to the body. That's a full nerve impulse. But if everything's happening right there at the brain, it's not enough room to operate. So nothing can happen. It's seemingly painless because it's all happening right there at the center. And we just don't know it. Just doesn't have enough room to operate. So in real life, it looks like things need a proper time, a proper place, and a proper space to operate. The idea of infinite operability at all scales may not quite be valid. So the idea that something like the brain can feel may not work. Unless there's another location for operation to take place, maybe.
Wait, the brain can feel, right? But you mean the mind can't
The
feel?
brain itself, it looks like it's just too close. It's just too much stuff happening there. You need
Hmm.
another center to feel what's going on at the brain.
So what about the case of like having a migraine? Obviously, it's centrally located in my mind, and I can perceive that I can feel it.
It's
And
all in your head.
it's all in your head.
It's in the blood vessels, the muscles of the blood vessels around the brain. But the gray matter of the brain itself, I could probably, touch it or cut it, and it's just not going to happen. But in the blood vessels around the brain, yeah. In the muscles around the brain, perhaps, yeah. That's why I can't really go with infinity or eternity because infinite, interactions just aren't possible. For things to be ordered, they need to be in a certain structure or a certain location. Otherwise, interaction is impossible if it's too close or it's too far. I think of the mind as mostly an activity, a secondary activity. And by secondary, I mean there has to be something else that exists for the mind to even operate. So it can't be a primary world of its own. It's like making running the primary thing when you need to have a body to run with. You need to have an environment you can run in,
Yeah.
So I'd focus on the primary thing and what created it.
Yeah, but don't you see as the mind is just a representation of being within you, but still the same as without? So obviously, since we're in a contained environment,
Yeah.
I believe that uh, shouldn't all the sky and the trees and the air and the everything that exists in nature, shouldn't that be the mind as well?
No, because the
Why
mind
not?
needs stuff brought to it.
But how do we know the sky doesn't perceive, the air doesn't perceive, and the tree perceive just like our mind does? Because remember, I can't know what another being or thing knows. It's out of my comprehension level.
Could be the mind of the creator.
Yeah. You see what I mean? So I'm looking in the sky. It just seems like a sky that's blue, but it's like I don't know that that's not perceiving me as one. I'll say 7 billionth of itself. Even though I don't believe there's 7 on Earth.
I guess the way we test it is we try to enter into a relationship with the thing that we think has a mind similar to our own. If we feel
Sure.
like, say, the sky or nature is, alive with a mind, can we make friends with it? Can they respond to us and our needs? Can they talk to us? Can they make something for us? Stuff like that. I think by that metric, if nature and stuff is alive, it doesn't appear to be very reactionary or reactive or whatever.
Yeah, good point. So I saw this presentation by Greg Braden. He talked about how he went to some references, but he talked about how the villagers did a rain dance, and it actually rained. And he's like, no, the villagers know, like, they can control the rain through their own internal state. So, like that type of stuff to me is really interesting because that means if I could, like, let's say I could do it for myself and I can like predictably make a sunny day turn to rain, I'd be like, okay, so there's something. But who knows, how our capacity has been diminished or limited or changed so that we no longer have that like capacity power wise, you know?
Well, vibrations play a bigger part than what people realize, and we have a synergistic relationship with a lot of things that we're not even aware of. So, as far as the nature, like perceiving it as having a relationship with it that we're aware of, we have a relationship with a lot of things that we're not even aware of.
Yeah,
And
I
I
believe.
think people use vibration to say that you can speak to somebody and induce a reaction in them, or you can sing really high and break the glass. And so maybe when you're dancing, there's a vibration inside of you that's going out. So if people think of vibration as a voice and reacting to something and being a sentient conscious creature means that you're able to respond to my voice when I talk to you, they think of stuff like that being conscious, but I don't know if, it can choose not to rain. I don't know if I can, do this dance and, nature can say, you know what, I'm tired. I'm not going to rain right now. I had a really bad day. My husband, the ground isn't really, talking to me or whatever. I don't know if it has that level of consciousness or
Sure.
a different level or not. It's like how conscious, I guess, would it be, versus say being, a vibration or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
And which consciousness is above the other one? Like, let's say my consciousness is closer to the God force. Then it's like the sun, moon, stars, air, water, all must respond to me because I've deemed it necessary. Or is that the larger consciousness where it's like, hey, what's this little fucker gonna do? Now that we've given him some time on the earth, you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
I think we kind of make ourselves the gods even in that regard because we can, move. We can choose to interact or not. We can think on a deep level. we can make books and civilization, and we can, make artifacts and art, and we're so varied. We're so different. You know,
Yeah.
and with nature, how many hot or cold places can you have? How many lightning storms can you have? Nature appears to have a couple combinations, but as many as man, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
That's why I think even with the universe as God thing, the real thing that ends up being the God is us, because the universe only appears to do so many things, and we can only enter into a so much of a relationship with it.
Hello?
Yo.
Hey, can I say something like super stupid and outlandish?
No.
All right.
Come on, bro.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
have at
Okay. Okay, fine. You talked me into it. So, what if? And this is, like I said, it's stupid and outlandish, but it's still a possibility. Um, what if the reason that we can't um, really put the pieces together in regards to creation or where we all came from? What if what if the reason behind it is because we've been going about it wrong uh, since the beginning? What if we've been trying to calculate time, and what if time really doesn't exist as we think it does, and so we've been trying to imagine this parallel or this infinite universe with time that just is endless, has always been and will always exist. What if we've just been going around like about it the wrong way? And no, I don't have an alternative idea, but I just think if time doesn't truly exist, why are we exhausting ourselves trying to imagine something that won't work? Because I,
Well,
I just
we
don't think
cover
time exists the way that we think it does. Anyways, go on.
Well, we can think of time in so many ways. We could think of a block of time, like you and me. We appear to have units that are blocks or whatever of things that exist in a certain form. It doesn't appear that time has a form like that, but it does appear that events do pass and pass in an irreversible way. And they appear to pass in different ways if you're, say, in different dimensions or whatever. If you go on one of your vision quests or, meditate or, get taken to some other realm, things can pass by there totally differently than around here. Like it appears that you could pack like 10 or 20 events in one event here, compared to over there, 20 events pass and over here only one event passes. And time can even appear to pass by differently here, where somebody could get an adrenaline rush and say it felt like, years for me. But the other people around are just like, it was only a couple seconds, or something like that. So we cover the way that events pass under the concept of time, for better or for worse.
Exactly. Time perception has a little bit to do with what I was uh, implying there as well.
But even perception needs a mind to help perceive it. And its ability to perceive is kind of limited by the faculties of the mind, the way that I guess it was created. So even with that, that's kind of contingent on, something that, made this thing, a couple years ago in time, or whatever.
Speaking of time, does anyone else feel like time has sped up? Like it's going. Now I'm not talking about like, when you were younger and you lived like your teenage years. How now it just because you're older. I'm not talking about that kind of time speeding up. I'm just talking about like compared to the last, say, 5 years or whatever, like the last 3 or 4 years. Does this
Well,
year not seem to be like really going by so much faster?
That idea passed my mind before, so possibly.
Funny stuff. Truth prevails. They came out and told us that the Earth has been spinning faster this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just posted it in the live stream.
it's something that they just last week they were talking about changing the minute from 60 seconds to 59 seconds.
No way. Oh my gosh.
But then there was something in there also about doing that and then getting rid of the leap year also, I believe. But actually, I was going to just say, Lemon, I've heard you talk about this pretty often about the lunar calendar, like, and how that works better to eliminate leap years actually also. I think that's really interesting. The 28 day, 13 month calendar, and how that actually fits with like women's menstrual cycles and stuff like that.
Yeah, it appears you can kind of make them work together, the sun and the moon, like hands on a clock, to kind of right and correct each other. With maybe like the calendar of Enoch, there's different versions even of that calendar that people are putting out there, but they kind of work with the sun moon thing going together. It appears with like a leap week added every now and then to bring everything up to speed.
Well, they can change the calendars and they can try to change time, but they cannot change the sun and the moon. So if we did, it's like if we did that, we'd be on point.
To have most stable changes, you need at least one or two things that are unchanging to have a basis for change. While everything else changes, these things remain more or less constant. You have that concept in time as well for, the most stable, most eternal version of time we have available.
But here's the thing: if time feels like, if we're sensing that time feels like it's going by faster, wouldn't that like entail that the sun? What if the sun and moon are speeding up, and that's why they're doing this, is to cover it up so that we don't notice it?
It could be. I mean, we need to have some sort of standard that's unchanging for time. So if it's sped up, relative to what? If it's relative to our emotions, we need to make sure that our emotions are constant. And that may not always be the case. But if we have a constant standard to measure this change of time against, we just need to find it.
I've thought about the whole time seeming to go faster also, but to me, it's a lot faster. It's not what they're saying about 59 seconds being the new minute. I'm talking about it feels like time is going like 30% faster than years ago. Like, I don't know. Some of that might be.
Like 5 or 6 months goes by in 3 months or 4 months. Yeah. Or something like that.
It seems like it's, I don't know, the amount of things like that you can get done in a day. Like, just even if you're working hard at it, going fast, you just can't ever quite seem to get everything done that you thought you used to be able to. Anyway,
reveals how if everything changes, there is no time. There's only time relative to a set, changing, possibly eternal standard. Without that, there really is no time.
Well, where it's written that 7 years of, like, when it talks about a 7-year stretch and it says, that it'll be shortened to 3.5 years. Well, what if it's not just going to be like, you're going to do 3.5 years and then something's going to happen that would have happened 7 years along the line? What if 7 years is worth of time or worth of events? What if 7 years is packed and sped up within a 3.5 year period?
It could be. I guess time is, around so that everything can interact, within a certain amount of, interactions or whatever, freely, without, it taking me a million years to get ready to go to the movies and everybody else has grown old, died, and the movie theater is not even there anymore. So, to a certain extent, a set standard of how events pass needs to be there in, I guess, the dimension that you're in. Maybe in the dimension where the angels reside, you can pack more events into the same amount of space or whatever because processes work differently. Atoms or whatever probably fire off at a different rate, energy flows at a different rate, and they have bodies that can capitalize off of this. It may be over top of our dimension right now, passing in and out of us and around us without us even knowing it. Where we are, things, happen a little differently.
So our government fell today.
What was that?
Our government fell today.
What?
Well, like down a well or something?
No, just
Down the stairs.
they stepped down, right? No, we have a demissionaire government, right, at this point.
Over there in Israel?
Throw Canada down the well.
Netherlands.
No, no. Okay, Netherlands.
Our satanic leaders are making their move. They're ready for the Antichrist to show up any day now. They're giving up the ruse of even having a government at all.
Lemon, what are you talking about? I'm right here.
Crazy. I heard it happened in Israel that they didn't really vote in a budget. They're just like, we're just going to let this government slide. Now,
Just let it burn.
Let it all burn.
Yeah, crazy stuff, man. But we have elections the 17th of March, so it's purely symbolic, right? Because they messed up with welfare, and people got wrecked really hard, lost houses, marriages, suicides. So they stepped down because of this. It's purely symbolic because, again, in a few months we have elections.
Same thing happened in America. It's like they just stopped trying to legislate and they're like, we're going to try to impeach Donald Trump again rather than do our freaking jobs.
Yeah, but we know they're not there to do jobs. They're there to just carry out objectives.
You remember how they did their Wakanda Forever salute where they all kneeled in kente cloths at the Capitol? What the hell was that about? It was like they were under new management or declaring a new allegiance or something. What the heck happened?
I don't remember that. I didn't see any of those images.
See if I can find it.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait, did you say Wakanda? Like the Marvel movie crap, right?
Wakanda forever.
It was like pandering to the extreme. They were in African kente cloths. Some of them had like these African kente shawls on. It was like a promo for Black Panther or something. I'm like, what the held is going on here? And they hold their fist up like in revolutionary, solidarity. It was for George Floyd, I think it was, after the George Floyd thing happened. And I'm like, it feels like there's some sort of subtext under this. I don't feel like what they're saying they're doing it for is what they're really saying, what they're doing it for. I kind of feel like they're bowing down to Satan or something. But I don't know. Let me see if I can find it.
Maybe the way they do things in the movies works. Probably should try that.
It's from VOA News. Pelosi kneels with other Democrats in moment of silence. Back in June 8th. I think it was for the George Floyd thing, but I'm like, people really? I mean, you can have a moment of silence while standing up. It just feels like they're declaring allegiance to Satan or something.
You threw it in live stream?
I put it in the I'm in the wrong chat. I'm over there.
So
where you at?
It's Zion Place. What's up, man? You're screaming. I don't
Yeah,
know what's up.
Put it in.
I was wondering who that is. Somebody's got their gain way too loud.
Yeah, it's Zion Place. It's like you have your mic inside your mouth. What's up? Also, we have a member code. What? Yeah.
Turn down the gain.
So, and we have a member. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Meadowhawk.
Oh no, I was just saying. I put it in the chat where they're kneeling, and it just looks like Wakanda forever. But what were you saying?
Yeah, we have a member called Ziggy. He was in the lobby. He has a. I subbed his YouTube channel. He has a lot of observations. He has an observation from 93 kilometers away, seeing a windmill park and some drilling oil platforms. He wrote a book, The Elusive Curve. I don't know why he's
What,
muted.
Siggy? Share his link if you can.
Sure. 1 second.
Yeah, super fucking weird on the kneeling.
The Elusive Curve.
Right.
Guy wrote a book. That's pretty cool.
So this is his YouTube channel, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
And he's here with us. He's been listening, but he hasn't spoken.
Oh, he got VC verified at this point. So if Ziggy, if you want to chime in, you can now. Welcome, mate. I think he's Aussie.
And who knows? You know, some people just listen for the time being. Or maybe he fell asleep like I did and I still was connected.
Here's the windmill park, right? Oh yeah, now I see them. It's at the end of the movie, the video.
Yeah, Lemon, the kneeling that they're doing, I'm not watching the video, but just in the thumbnail. The kneeling looks pretty much like the one knee thing. It looks like, the NFL, like where they were doing the, kneeling during the national anthem and stuff. It looks like that.
It seems like it's Zion Place wants to say something, but
Bro, go to your Discord voice settings and try to fix your settings in the Discord. You might be able to come in clear, get a clear voice in.
Still no need to.
Thing just dropped me. I think my phone's running out of memory.
Nah, it's his connection or his mic or his settings, most likely.
Because it just dropped me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
I just had to reconnect. It just disconnected and reconnected me also like a minute ago.
Maybe it's the hackers.
maybe you can type it. You can type it in the chat. It's Zion Place. You can type what you want to say. I mean, obviously your mic isn't good.
I've got a question. If we understand that this topic is highly policed and we understand it's very kind of like, I don't know, it's going to be manipulated, right? To some extent. Obviously, there's tons of misinformation. How do
Nah.
we scrub the people that come here so that we can figure out who's who and what's what? You know, like we've never devised the system. You know, like let's say there's somebody here that's like putting out information and like they know way too much about this topic and they're seen as like a thought leader, but they're actually the controlled opposition. How would we police against it?
I think eventually it comes out.
Truth always prevails.
Yeah, that's like a passive approach.
Right. They will show you truth, right? They will tell you truth, but eventually they will bring you misinformation, and that's when they
Exactly.
slip up.
Yeah, if you go to try to like banging them all, like trying to find them, then they'll put forth individuals to look like what you're looking for, right? To misdirect you and misguide you and make you think that you've got the ones that you're looking for.
Just food for thought. Thanks.
Yeah, Loki is correct, right? If they point to an all-knowing person, right? And they would tell you that's the one that we should follow. All right, that's usually a big red flag there, right?
Yeah, we don't have a leader. So if anyone starts acting like a leader, or if anyone claims someone to be a leader, then that's a big giveaway.
And that's what Globers do, right? You're seeing Mr. Phil in the arena text always. Well, your leaders, Eraser, Quantum Eraser, and Nathan Oakley, this and that, right?
What if we did it more in terms of like the results others are receiving the server? You know, like, what is the return rate? Like, well, this is more, I guess, more of a server mod conversation. You know, I'm just spitballing. You know, like what percentage of people actually come back after speaking to certain people? What percentage of people actually get some level of conversation or some level of the debate? Like, you know, have some type of digestion of the information. You know what I mean? Because I've seen like, you know, Mary Mom, for example, speak to people and like, you know, they'll catch little bits here and there. They might not get the thing, but like at least they're nudging in the right direction. I feel like if we can measure something like that, kind of point out consistency.
Well, yeah. The point I was making is that that Globers will point to people and then tell us, well, that's your leader, and then shoot them down, right? That's what they do.
True.
Eventually, they'll start talking nonsense somewhere down the line.
We're pushing mainstream narratives.
Right. In my opinion, they always get caught.
So funny, right? The only isolated system is the universe. Right. How did you verify this? That's what they're doing, right? They will tell you, yeah, well, Earth isn't an isolated system, and he was talking about the universe, second law of thermodynamics. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually learned that concept here. I've heard of it before, but I never really had a grasp of it.
That's quite a distance, 95 kilometers. Wow.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
I think that's somewhere over 50 miles. For every 10 kilometers, it's about 6 miles.
Right.
Yeah, 60 miles is about 100 kilometers. Yes.
So 95, that would be about 55 miles.
Right. You guys, you drive 60 miles an hour, so that's for us 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, I'm from the old school of Imperial, and even when I see the signs in kilometers, I always convert and ride with my meters and stuff on miles per hour, calculate my gas miles. I've never really switched over as far as the car goes to kilometers per hour.
Yeah. Point 62.
Side of the bay.
I'm still more comfortable with degrees Fahrenheit.
I just subscribed to Billy Sig. If anyone else has YouTube channels, please share them.
Oh, what is up with the Netherlands?
Freedom.
Did y'all hear about it?
Yeah, we got the first-hand news from Roger.
What? About what?
The government stepped down in the Netherlands.
Yeah, boy.
What does that really mean, though? Is that basically kind of like when we have a government shutdown here?
It's called change of administration.
Yeah,
Someone else is going to take over.
Yeah, they just resigned. So they gave their resignations to the king, and when he signs it, they are, I don't know the exact translation, but démissionnaire. So they are not officially appointed.
Yeah, the French term is démissionner, and they're no longer employed at the job they had or function.
So do you think this is orchestrated for a purpose? Like, do you think this is planned to go down this way, to be replaced with the people that they want to replace it with?
It's like everything else, probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's going on in whole Europe, right? Angela Merkel is going to step down and not coming back again. I believe it's Estonia, that's having the same issues, and Italy has some sort of same issues. So,
right,
yeah.
Something about collapsing or something. Crisis. Italy's government enters a crisis in the middle of pandemic.
Right. Yeah. So, and our government has just stepped down. Again, we have election the 17th of March, so it's purely symbolic. It's right.
Germany got hungry and fried turkey in Greece.
The Italian government is in crisis 20 years.
Isn't the Italian government in crisis since the Roman Empire collapsed?
I mean, let's face it, whether it's weather, ecology, or politics and war, or whatever, they've been playing fear porn theater since the day I was born and before. My whole life I've been watching this media fear porn scripted bullshit. I don't care who's resigning where, or what government's taken over where, or what plane in Nigeria crashes and new prime ministers have to be elected. It's all scripted.
I agree with that one. Well said.
Totally.
You think Beirut, they didn't have time or a way to get rid of all that nitrate that blew up a few months ago? That was stored in that port basically eternally. A time bomb. that in all those years, no one would take the time to organize to get rid of that deadly mess. Why was it still there?
Politics,
It shouldn't have
reasons.
been. There's no common sense reason. Look, Halifax, way back in our history, what do? They send a boat into the harbor. Guess what? It's full of the same shit. It blows up Halifax. Sound familiar? They aren't accidents. I worked as an accident investigator, and one of the policies is that there's no such thing as an accident. And if you think there's such a thing, you can't work as an accident investigator. Accidents do not happen. They are caused. So you're looking for the cause of an incident.
Yeah. Either by carelessness,
mechanical
neglect.
breakdown, whatever the case may be. But there's no such
Intention
thing
as
as
well.
an accident. I've never seen one, ever.
Yeah, I don't believe
And I've been to hundreds of so-called accidents. None of them were accidents.
Definitely nothing happens by accident with governments. That's for sure.
It's for damn sure. I remember when I read the Kabbalion the first time and they talked about the law of cause and effect. Like I just, like my brain just exploded open. I was like, Jerry, there are no coincidences. Everything is planned. It just looks that way to the, to the lemmings.
I'm almost excited. I've been 45 minutes on hold with the Canada Revenue Agency. So I'm about to hopefully get an operator, cell phone, whatever, to talk to about the situation I'm in. But yesterday I spent an hour and about 10 minutes. And when it clicked on to give me an agent, I got the dial tone.
I love that. It seems like that's not an accident either.
No, I don't think it was really, but I'm at the nearly same point today, but it's only 45 minutes the wait time they claim today. So I'm near my 45 minutes and, well, just pins and needles. I want to get it done,
You know when you reach the point of nirvana, when you're in that situation and an hour goes by and then it just fucking cuts you off and you can laugh about it. You know what I mean? Like your mental sanity or like your mental stabilization is not affected at all.
Well, you feel a pretty big disappointment,
Say it again?
I felt a disappointment more than anything.
Oh, of course, disappointed. But like
the wait, oh my God, So, well, there are tricks. You either call early in the morning, try to be the first ones in queue or whatever, or, late in the afternoon, about an hour before an office closes. A lot of civil servants don't even take messages or their calls and answer calls till the afternoon. They do it all in one sitting, A lot of civil servants, they'll take their messages and call all back at the, in the same last hour of their day or something. Instead of doing it every time someone calls and you got a message waiting or whatever. But, every office is different. I used to cheat because I know the phone systems, and every office has their public line where people call, and it's like telemarkets. So you wait, you get an agent. But they also have a phone number, a trunk line that gets into the office that they answer right away because it's managers, directors, employees, other stuff. It's their line into the office.
Oh yeah, I used to use some platforms back in the day.
And when I used to have problems with unemployment or any government, thing I was calling and had the queue and these problems, I'd go to their trunk lines, and boy, they hated me for it because they don't want anyone doing that.
That's the way you got to do it, though. Like I used to always try to so I used to have a database of hedge fund contacts. So I got really good at finding their direct numbers and their direct email. But people get pissed when you start calling them and email them on the line they give you. But
and especially if it's an in-building truncated system and not cells and stuff like in the day, then they can't escape you.
Yeah. because you're stuck in your office like the rest of us.
You know, Apple financed their computer with a little phone hack tool that would make the sounds of nickels, dimes, and quarters for phone booths and allow you to make calls, basically, and pay for them with the sounds generated from this. They called it a blue something, I forget, but a lot of their financing came from that little box, the little phone hack. The fact is, any public phone has access to a trunk number that will allow you to make calls for free, local or long distance. If you know the code to punch in, any phone is your phone.
I remember that.
Yeah, outside your house, there's a phone box. That is for everybody, believe it or not. You have the right to your private property and stuff, but in an emergency, people are supposed to be able to use that to make a call to 911 or whatever. It's public access outside your home. That little
I
phone
remember
box.
the payphone on the corner by like the laundromat by our house. Like I forgot some like Latino guy was fixing it one day, and we were just hanging out on the block, and he was like, "Hey," because we're like 13. He doesn't, we don't give a shit. He was like, "Just press this code." He was like, "You can make calls for free." He's like, "Just don't tell anybody." And I was like, "All right." And we
Yeah,
used to
don't
use
share it because they'll change it.
Yeah, don't share it. They'll change it exactly. So me and my friends had access to that.
But when you have the trunks, you can call anywhere for free. If you have your own VoIP system, you can basically phone PBX to PBX, any public phone box system, which is worldwide, from your PBX for free, no long distance charges. You could talk for 24 hours to a Zimbabwe PBX, Poland, London, it don't matter. Zero charge. Look up the PBX system. It's public box, plain old telephony pod systems, but it's the interface that we use in computers now to sort of like do voice over IP, but all the phone systems work on it basically. But it's called. Let me put a link in back.
I don't know if you guys heard of this guy Sferridge on YouTube. Like, I've been watching more and more of his videos lately, and his logic is really starting to like resonate for some reason. I don't know why, but like I've tried raw meat a couple of times, and I felt okay. But like, he recommends like raw meat and like raw blood at the same time. And I was like, I just want to take your guys' take on this. Obviously, you're on a flat Earth server. Probably not a topic that goes over it all, but curious if anybody has a opinion or has watched this stuff as well. Obviously, that is a no.
So I put in a link to PBX, which is Public Box Exchange, they call it. It's just like any public phone or phone booth is a PBX, and so are hundreds and millions of other phones and lines. But having the system of VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and the PBX puts you right in the normal telephone lines, numbers. You dial your granny, whoever you want. Dial up cell phones. But at least at your end, it's all free. And it don't matter where they are. As long as they're connected to a PBX system, the calls are treated as local. It's when you know technology, you can dial the world for free. Talk 24/7.
Gracias.
A lot of it you learn when you're servicing stuff, like the modems, they'll set aside place for VoIP and tunnel and phones, just like they can set up sort of a tunnel for games where you can still surf the web, do other stuff, have other web data coming in, but what's for your games has a kind of special uninterrupted feed. Telephony over the internet needs that same kind of special tunnel that isn't interrupted. So it's just created and used. But yeah, VoIP, PBX, you've got 24/7 long distance phone call, local, anywhere in the world, for free.
Thanks, bro.
You have programmable.
No, I've got another question. What do you guys think of Bitcoin?
It's a high risk, and everyone's going to pay a price for it one day. And your so-called blockchain, if you lose it and you have to rebuild it, you only get back to where you can rebuild. Means if you can only build half your blockchain back, you only get half your coins back. End of story. It's not very good.
What do you mean? What do you mean rebuilding the blockchain?
Well, look up what happens when your blockchain gets damaged, or someone sends code to interrupt it, and it has to, pick up where it left off. It has to go through everything. Terabytes of data sometimes, at least gigabytes, and then reconstruct the whole thing.
But do you feel like this would be the currency that would be replacing fiat currencies?
No,
because of it.
it might, it can. I still want to see cash, coins, actually coins made of some precious metal and stuff, so they actually have worth. And to see the system not as a cash and tender system, it's the wrong interpretation of work and value. And all of this fictitious money and convoluted things that are sucking away billions. That's the real problem, The faith in people and each other's work and stuff is genuine, but the fruits of the labor, they can't go back into good things because they're going into all these criminals' pockets.
Yeah.
The system ain't really so bad, but if those billions and trillions went to better education, better medical, and the things it's really supposed to go to, wow, would we have a nice world. And there wouldn't be hungry people and all kinds of stuff.
But we can see that's not the agenda at play here.
That's right. So no matter what currency, money, or system is in play, as long as it's being abused and the people that have good faith and are trying genuinely just to be just normal good people, and they're being abused, then it don't matter what the currency is.
But, I guess I'm speaking from a position of like at least shoring up my resources so that with the abuse that's going on, if I do take a different path and I can see the benefit in it, and I'm less susceptible by being pushed around by these douchebags and dickheads that are doing what they
Well,
want
the
with it.
thing is, Bitcoin, like any other currency, can fluctuate. So if it's at 10,000 one day and then, well, the next day it drops to 1,000, was it any better for you, Bitcoin?
Well, it's not whether it's better for me or not better for me. Like, they're all nonsense in my opinion, but it's like,
Yeah.
you know, if
Yeah,
I can forecast this is the way things are going to go.
Yeah,
and
it's
the
your
value
risk
of-
assessment, how much you can afford to put into an investment like that, and portfolio diversity. You don't want everything in one investment.
Of course.
You know, you kind of like
Yeah,
try to make good choices and spread it around a bit.
Yeah, I was an early adopter when I was running a different business, but I told my friends about Bitcoin when it was at 1507, and I knew about it when it was, you know, in the triple digit. But you know, I just noticed it recently broke 40,000, and with the international turmoil going on, I'm saying to myself like, hey, is this the play that, you know, people are, you know, because obviously when you look at the kind of broad scope of the news, you know, what they talk about Bitcoin as a possibility as well as the volatility and the,
Well,
you know, the
just like London controls the financial markets, and we're responsible for imperialism, capitalism, all kinds of atrocities all over the world. Their power and control was over the money and the monetary systems. Just like they have that control, there's a control over this Bitcoin too. There's already scandals
believe
about
that.
it being used to launder money for drugs and war.
Yeah, I believe that too. But it's not me to be emotional. It's more like, you know, can I forecast where the world is going and kind of like step ahead of that and kind of open my bucket so that I make sure my family, my friends, my connection are not as if I agree or disagree. It's more like unemotionally moving. Where is the most beneficial place for me to stand? It's just like standing in the shade on a sunny day. Where's the shade in this situation?
At least with Bitcoin, they're selling a genuine product, an encryption key, a pair of numbers to secure a transaction online between two web pages, a bank and your page with your account information. So that's what the Bitcoin keys are used for and sold for.
Yeah, true. I guess I was more kind of, trying to gauge, this group's sentiment of it, or if there was a sentiment at all.
Okay. Hello? Anybody there?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How's it going, man?
Chilling.
Wait, is that you, Lou?
I'm in Cape Coral, Florida.
Oh, no, never mind. I thought that was Lou talking. Like, I just came
Where
back.
are you at?
Where I'm at? I'm in England, United Kingdom. I just came back from Gem Panda's server.
How was it?
Toxic, bro.
What was it?
Gem Panda's server.
No, you said something central?
No, I said, well, at the start, I thought Lunatic was talking. But no, I just came back from Gem Panda's server, and it's so... The level of toxicity is insane, bro.
Oh yeah, it's off the charts. I think that's its intention.
I'm just listening. I'm doing a little housework. Got some music on and got this. Everybody was quiet. So no, that wasn't me. Yeah, I don't even go. I've never actually even gone into Gem Pandas. Fuck that place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never went either.
No,
I literally
honestly,
just had the one debate with him.
I was like, yeah, I want to go because I want to see what this is about, you know? If this is what everyone's talking about, this place. And sure enough, it was. Sure enough, it was. I'm never going there again. maybe my
Yeah,
spare time.
you feel like you've been like slimed. You know, I don't know if you know like Ghostbusters. You know, like Slimer.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like when I walk in there, I've been slimed.
I'm trying to see if my Minecraft thing works. Maybe this person. Oh, we will start growing again. That's epic. Okay. That would be pretty cool. And like an AFK kelp farm. Or, yeah. This kelp, I can use it to smelt, or to like make fuel, like dried kelp blocks. And I can also use it to eat. Just regular dried kelp. It's fun. Right. Well, anyway, I just came around to say hi. I'll leave you guys to it. Bye bye.
Hey guys. Mm.
time music. Wait time music. Well, they're going to need another 60 days apparently before they can send me any paper. But I'm done with my phone call.
Mic check. How's my mic?
Sounds good.
Since it's so quiet, I was going to play this Flat Earth music that Devoy and I just did. Is that all right with everyone?
Sounds good.
All right, one moment. I'm try to get these settings right. So. That's weird. Why would I get nervous when I'm just going to play a song? That's bizarre. Stage fright. Did it sound all right, or did it cut out?
The Discord gate was trying to keep it down, but it came through all right.
Okay, cool.
Hmm.
Got a new notice downstairs on the bulletin board, suggesting that, if you see people not wearing masks in the buildings, you notify bylaw enforcement, and there's a number. Wah, wah, wah.
Oh my God.
We ought to put up a number so somebody can let us know if they found any Earth curve or rotation of the Earth or gas pressure without a container.
Yep. Detect that gas pressure escaping. I want to know exactly where that is occurring.
I use an app in the UK called Netstore, and it's supposed to be for like meeting your neighbours and people in the community. And the area I'm in, it's just full of people grassing up the neighbours for having gatherings at the house. It's shocking.
So ridiculous.
It's really bad. It's supposed to be a community app, and everyone's grassing in the community.
I don't see how they think that's going to help them do anything in the future. Like, can't they see the writing on the wall what that's going to create?
Yeah, but they're brainwashed into thinking it's for safety. It's for the better.
We're living in a place where there's like pure idiocy. I never realized I was living amongst a bunch of retards.
I mean, at least now you can identify him.
Yep, that's true.
And there's a lot. Like, we've been locked down for over 300 days. Like, how many days is it going to take before people actually start to figure it out? 1,000 days? 2,000 days? It's like the longer it goes on, the more they buy into it. Yeah, it feels like
out more after the raise in domestic violence, suicide, other stuff, goes up there. We'll figure it all out. People locked down. It's insane. People get cabin fever. You have to get out, exercise, get sunlight. You need it for your health. If you're locked up, your health only goes down. You ever see kids who used to play World of Warcraft like 24/7? Their skin become translucent white. They look like vampires and sheets. You need sunlight. You need exercise. You need to get out. It's part of staying healthy. Even if it's just a walk in the park, it's good for your health.
I read something about that on kids that need glasses between kids that don't need glasses. And like the study was on Chinese people, like in China, so many of them need glasses. Whereas Chinese people brought up in Australia, they don't need glasses. And they reckon the reason is, like, if you're brought up in your house and you're not playing outside, your eyes aren't getting used to seeing objects far away. You're only seeing objects in your house, so within like a few meters away. And the kids that play outside and they're constantly focusing on objects really far distance, their eyes adjust as such, and they don't need glasses.
Makes perfect sense logically. The eye and all these straps and everything, they're muscles, you know? You're shaping your lens to focus at distances or near, you know? The myope and presbit, it's just, if they're not practiced, you get weak eyes, or like I say, you can't see at a distance and focus.
But it kind of makes me think there's more to it than, you know, when people see someone with glasses and they call them Poindexter or a nerd. It's because they actually are a nerd. They need glasses because they've been in the house all the time. And I'm not saying that applies to everyone with glasses.
That's just because there's more curve in China, so they can't see as far.
Yeah, and I have a unique stigma that lens is correct. If you have block letters on a wall, okay, a few of them will pop down on me. Instead of being a straight row, my lens has warps in it. And a row of block letters on a wall, you know, the third letter from the left will be down, but at least not in the real world, but in my eye. So the lens corrects that distortion of the lens.
I had a friend at school who was off sick, like all the time, more than anyone else that I knew at school. And his parents owned a pharmacy. So they were always giving him the medicines and all this stuff. And he was sick more than anyone else.
Well, that's why I believe you shouldn't give children a lot of medications and stuff. A lot of them have really potent ingredients. They make them freaking high. You know, if a kid just got a little bit of a cough, he's not, you know, whooping cough and half dying, you know, give him some Buckley's, give him a cough syrup without, you know, what do you call it there? Not DMT, it was dextromethorphan. Holy crow, you want to get high, do some dextro. Don't give it to kids. It's like giving them LSD and speed at the same time. No point to it. And who would experiment on children with these kind of drugs anyway? Really? To call dextromethorphan a potent hallucinogenic is an understatement. A lot of over-the-counter cough syrups have codeine phosphate. A couple of teaspoons of that, and you know, you're going Betty Bye for a few hours. It's too strong. For adults, okay, you know, whatever. But for children and children's medication, opiates, hallucinogenic opiates, someone's trying to push the wrong stuff on the kids.
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Anybody here?
Yo.
You're not a person that thinks they live on a ball. But good morning anyway.
I
Right.
know I'm not living on a ball.
What's going on in Cali today? Anything good?
What's up?
What's happening in California today? Anything good?
It went from like 65 degrees to 78 degrees in one day. Like one day was 65, yesterday was 78 degrees. It felt more like 80. And we're only halfway through January.
Nothing like wintertime in SoCal when you get 13-degree increase in temperature.
Yeah, I've seen as much as 30 degrees difference in just a couple days. It went from like 70 to over 100.
Well, here in Kentucky in the great Midwest, we've got like a couple inches of snow on the way starting late tonight, they're saying. 43 Fahrenheit right now.
Yeah, it gets cold down there.
Definitely experience all 4 seasons around here. It's one of the things I like about it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of miss it.
Yeah, let's flip through the list. Looks like we got no takers right now. Just the usual suspects on here.
I'm wondering why with like 15 or 16,000 members on this server, where are all these people?
Well, I'm not sure how it works, but out of 15 or 16,000 is a large number that I assume would be one-time visitors. They just don't leave the server. You know what I'm saying?
Really bizarre. Because, with those numbers, there should be like 1,200 flat earthers.
Yeah.
Instead of 50 or 60 or whatever we get.
Well, we've got 50 or 60 that are on here and active, but there's a lot of them in the closet or just listening or whatever, you would think.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll step up and start speaking up. That would be nice.
More the merrier. I mean, I know we pretty much say the same things, but if you can be vocal about this, I totally support you right. It's bullshit that we got such a large percentage of the plane thinking they're on a ball. It's crazy. But I don't have any topic as usual, so I was just saying hi and see if there's any new people on here. If you got something, Sonny, go for it.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to just sit here and ramble on.
Ramble on.
By myself because
That's a good Led Zepp song.
I start sounding kind of stupid even to myself after a while. Shut the fuck up. You don't have to tell me. I'll tell myself.
Yeah, that's why I limit my amount of talking on here as much as possible, because after the first 3 or 4 sentences, I may become somewhat incoherent.
Hey, so how many people in your sphere, no pun intended, are also flat earthers?
In my sphere.
Your
circle of people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, myself here in Kentucky, I mean, I know I haven't met them in person yet. I know there's other ones here in Kentucky, but I haven't met anybody that was already a flat earther before I talked to them. I've got 3 friends that pretty much agree with me, but they're not going to say anything to anybody. They just agree that the facts are what they are, and they're just like, oh, well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that.
And that's better than thinking you're on a ball, I guess, right? I mean, maybe at some point as things progress, they see more people accepting it. They'll say, "Oh yeah, I knew that a long time ago." You know, how many people in your sphere are flat earthers? Since you asked the question,
Yeah, just me.
what?
You know what? That's kind of funny now that I think about it. But I used to manage a bunch of people, and I would try to red pill here and there, and I think they knew I was a flat earther. And it was really only one person that was kind of respectful about it. No one else really brought it up to me. But in my own group, like my girlfriend knows, but she doesn't want to really talk about it. But we're kind of in a good place with it now.
Yeah,
But
it's kind of
sadly,
like my
just me,
wife. My
man.
wife accepts it, but she doesn't want to talk about it. I know what you're saying. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, I like to talk about that because, yeah, that's a hot topic for relationships, especially, and like people who don't want to engage. I had a good friend of mine. I really tried to push it on him and didn't. You know, people just don't want to look at it sometimes, and it's kind of sad.
Yeah. There's some people
I
that
would
just
just
throw up that wall, and they're not going to engage at all. You know, they're just not going to let their mind go there.
I know.
Whatever reason.
But I just keep planting seeds, you know, like, but just so much ego you got to get through sometimes.
So, what's your general location? You know, to be specific, what area of the country you in?
I'm not far from you, Dave. I'm up in Cincinnati.
Big Cincy town. Been there many times.
Mm-hmm. Born and raised.
My fondest memory. I'm showing my age here, but I celebrated on the streets of Cincinnati in 1990 when the Reds won the World Series.
Nice.
That's the last time they had a good team.
I only know one other flat earther, and I met her on the server here. She lives about maybe 60 miles away.
Nice. That's not
We
bad.
met once, but I don't drive, so that's a problem.
I know they've had several meetups out in SoCal, but you know maybe you'll get to the next one if with all this COVID shit. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. I just need to try to connect with more people in the community, which I've had a difficult time doing.
Yeah, but if I remember right, I remember they had meetups out in SoCal with several, maybe like 100 or so people at it at one point.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
They had one in Irvine. Actually, Nathan, before he went back east, and that's where my friend Tracy. She was at that meetup. She lives in Riverside County.
Cool.
County away north of me. So she went to the meetup back then. But yeah, there used to be a flat Earth meetup, but it was always too far. So I might just have to create my own.
Okay, gentlemen, we have one person join that might be a baller. Indio 007, you have control of your mic.
Hey, Indio.
You live on a ball.
Why do you think you live on a ball, Indio?
Explain this about the globe and gravity and everything. We'd love to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
He must not be near his mic.
Yeah, he just got rumpus and he's not even in here.
That's funny that rumpus is a verb among our crew.
I can't get over it. It's still the funniest thing.
At least rumpus can. He accomplished that. He turned his name into a verb in our vernacular.
I use it out on the streets.
That brings up some imagery. Like what context?
Stop rumpus me, bro.
I'll say it just like that to some random stranger.
Don't rumpus me, bro. Come on,
I think
man.
they kind of get the idea of what I'm saying, but they don't ever be like, "What did you just say?"
Yeah, well, they get it out of context. They figure it out from the context that you're using it. I've said
Yeah.
it like that also before, where I said somebody would at work. I was like, "Don't rumpus me," like when I'm talking, like don't.
I
I mean that word
does
just
make
fits with
sense.
what it
It
fits
yeah.
with it. Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
He's like, "What's rumpus?" I've never heard that before. Like, oh, never mind. Just
Oh, you know what you're doing. It's a longer story than you have time for. Blue.
yeah. You'll just probably rumpus me again while I'm trying to explain it to you.
No rumpusing during the rumpusing.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. Sorry to interrupt. We have a new member called Rastamouse. I just checked him in. Rastamouse, are you there, buddy?
Welcome, Rastamouse.
Rasta.
You're muted, Rasta, at the moment. I mean, if you have any questions for flat earthers, there's a bunch of flat earthers in here.
You sure about that, Jimsy? You sure there's a bunch of flat earthers in here?
And
Think so. I've heard some flat earthers speaking in here, so I'm not sure.
And we're not what you think we are.
That could be an alternate reality, though, right?
Possibly.
Is this the real life, or is this just fantasy?
There's a
I'm just fucking with it.
there's a fantasy with a lot of people that come in. They think they know what a flat earther is.
Yeah, those stupid flat earthers. I'll go show them.
That's how we get so many new members all the time.
It's alright. 2 words can describe the world or even people. So, flat earther is just 2 words.
Just 2 words. Yeah.
Doesn't define who anybody is or even the world.
Probably 2 of the most triggering 2 words possible for most people.
Oh yeah, that's a triggering term.
That's a very interesting topic. How like all these different like little colloquial sayings have become like weapons.
Let's try Rastamouse again. You got control of your mic. Welcome to the server. Rastamouse.
Rastaman.
You just talk to Jimsy, you can talk to us. We're not as mean as Jimsy.
We speak
Oh yeah, I'm pretty mean.
We speak a Rasta here, man.
The smoke of the ganja, man. I guess he said everything he had to say to you, Jimsy. We'll check back in on him in a minute. Maybe
Looks
he's
like
busy or whatever.
Yeah, it's alright. He said
It's
he
all
was here
good,
to
man.
look into the topic, possibly, so it's alright. It's not a big deal. It's not a lot of action at the moment, but
Did he say happiness tell you how long he's been looking at it? He just find out about it or what?
recently from a friend, he got a link in the server that he was in, and he just clicked in it.
Wait. I like the newbies. You get that the little Fred Flintstone moment, like Rod Scuba would say, a little in your head, you know. What do you mean about curvature?
That's how their cars sound, with their little toes on the concrete, or the toes on the going through the car,
Yeah.
running along.
We've seen that. Y'all have seen that clip from the Flintstones where they're talking about everybody knows it's a flat Earth. Of course the Earth's flat. They go through like a 15 or 20 second little thing about it. Him and Barney going back and forth. been right in our face the whole time. It's not enough people got the eyes to see it.
That's amazing. Yeah, so in the Flintstones cartoon, they use perspective. So you're looking at the cartoon, it's a flat earth, and you come outside and go play. It's a flat earth outside here, too.
But Dino didn't really exist, probably. But you can picture it like a dinosaur.
Wasn't really a dinosaur, but you could think of it as a dinosaur.
Yeah. Big lizard.
Just like real dinosaurs. They're not real dinosaurs. You could just think of them as a dinosaur.
When I first saw a T-Rex, one of my first thoughts was, how's that thing wipe his ass? You know? He's got these two little arms. They're like 2 feet long, and he's got his big, anyway.
Isn't that the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard of in life? It's got some little pygmy arms.
Let's look through the list, see if anybody else popped in here.
They probably never found the arms, so they had to just stick these on there. Take these little stupid arms on there. Can you imagine? Probably.
There's a globe. Sorry, I just spotted a glober. Denmark, you got control of your mic. Why do you think you live on a ball? Looks like I'm picking people that can't talk to pick on. So back to the T-Rex or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to go into a grocery store without my face diaper.
Everybody, be on your best behavior. QE's in the room. Be careful.
What's that? Oh, he's not at his mic either.
He's not at his mic either. What about the guy yesterday? He's like, he was doing the scattergun seagull approach.
Yeah.
And he was saying he has no mic. Then he came on, they unmuted him, and he was hot micing.
Oh, yeah.
How are you hot micing without a mic, bro?
My cell phone doesn't have a mic. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can stir up Quantum Rush. No, he just left. All right. I was going to say the evolution was caused by the ether. See if that would get him in.
Got scared away or something. That ought to bring him back.
Evolution was caused by the ether. I got facts. No, he's gone. Okay.
Guess what I figured out?
Nothing.
That the Earth has no curvature, no motion, and the vacuum of space is fake.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
All that's true. And aircraft, their engines, aircraft engines, work on water gas. Water gas is the primary.
Water gas.
They're in a container.
Where's the pump for the water gas? You got to have the pump.
The pump is
on top of the dome.
The pump is the turbine.
You got to have a turbine pump on top of the dome.
Turbine
for your water gas.
All those aircraft running around, flying around, water gas. That makes me laugh, man. Wow.
Well, we didn't impress Ross today. He already left. So maybe I'll be back.
I wonder if the conversation was just too intense.
He was kind of like a young lad. Not young, but I will say maybe under 20. So He sounded like that. I don't know. And kind of like maybe Australian or European or something. I don't know.
Interesting. There's a lot
Did
of
he come from the land down under?
a lot of water in Australia. None of the water in Australia is antipodal. That's I guess that's not a correct statement. Antipodal means two legs, doesn't it? Or,
It rains upside down in Australia.
it rains antipodally.
All the waterfalls down there are going the wrong direction. Too. It's kind of weird.
And the rain in Spain is always on the plain.
Falls mainly on the plain, doesn't it?
Yeah, they need to change that. Don't forget to tune in to Quantum Erasers Fall Busters Classic, Episode 19, The Globe-Tired Brain Trust, Pulverized. Also, the QE Live Jesse the Klutz Kowalski, Level Curve Toe Tag. And Ballbuster Live, Episode 41, Soundly Exposed. Then Smash You, I'm going to say Smithereens. I don't know what the rest of the title is, but I'm just going to put Smithereens in there.
You good old Soundly down there at Planet Louisiana, right?
Kind of like the one about the car going over Lake Pontchartrain Bridge.
Yeah.
We still need the measurements to the, measurements from the top surface of the roadway to the water at every data point. Thank you very much. We're still waiting for that.
It was Smithereens, by the way.
Pardon?
It was smashed to smithereens. You were right.
Whoa, how did I guess that?
I can remember back in like sometime in 2018, if I remember right, I pulled up my YouTube one day and it said curved water found. It was a Soundly video. I spent the next 20 minutes just laughing my ass off at his curvy bridge and whatever he's, Only place ever to experience curvature, Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana.
Right. So there's that guy, Ed, that was here with the broken mic. No mic, and was hot micing with no mic.
Is it from Ed, and Eddie? It was a good show.
Ed, it's either Ed or ED.
ED could mean erectile dysfunction. That's not good.
Well,
I'm not saying you have that, Ed, but that's what your name could be interpreted as.
Well, they're capitalized, so that I'm going to just go with it.
It could be European dumbass, too. There's a lot of things ED could be, I guess. Purchasing some Red Bull for somebody right now to give them wings. All right, welcome to the cow that is entered the run.
I was talking to Marlena from the Marlena Effect this morning about flying over the Bay of Chaleur. She knows it well, and I know it well. And I asked her about when she's, above Campbellton, around Dalhousie, Campbellton, and nose pointed towards the east and towards Per se Rock, how far she sees. Well, no question, she sees right to the Atlantic. But the point being is that in front of her from that viewpoint is more than 1,000 square miles of perfectly flat water that runs out to the end of the peninsula, 111 miles from the nose of the plane. Now, below her, from that view, there should be 5,800 plus feet of curve, even 6,000 feet of curvy water in front of her. We should see Bend if it was there. But that coastal highway runs along, flat water up and down a few hills, but, 111 miles of perfectly flat driving.
So you're saying that is inconsistent with the globe model, then, correct?
Well, if you're looking down from 1,000 feet at 1,000 plus square miles of water, and it's flat, and you can see over 100 miles away in front of you, and there's no curve, if that puddle of water looks flat, it is flat. There is no bend to it. Because again, that view of her from even 1,000 feet up from over Dalhousie, looking out over that bay, she'll see all the way to Percé and the Atlantic Ocean. So would I. So would anybody. It's like when I talked about the bonfires at the beach. In New Richmond, Quebec, we'd light bonfires at the tide line. Friday, Saturday nights, burn them, get drunk, shit-headed. Across the bay in New Brunswick, 20 miles away, people would do the same thing at the Jacket River boat ramp, and they'd build bonfires and get piss-faced and drunk, and we could see their fires and their activities 20 miles away, and they could see ours. Not only that, another gentleman on here, he's from a small town further down the coast called Petit Rocher. And his bonfires, they look out towards Bonaventure, which is 24 miles away. We could see fires tide line to tide line. Bonfires are just like rounded pyramid or like, ice cream cone shaped bundles of logs with sometimes a tire thrown on them. Maybe 10 feet tall. You pour gas in the bottom, light them, and they'll burn for hours. You got a good 40, 50-foot flame they'll put up sometimes, especially if you got a tire. But even without that, just lighting one at night, you'll see it across the bay on a clear night. Now, the ball theory says that you should be able to put a 20-story building on the beach on the opposite shore, turn on every light, and you still shouldn't see it with the curve and the hump of water and stuff.
So for anybody listening, Jimbo just pointed out more nails in the globe coffin. There's thousands of them. Go ahead. Sorry, I just ran up with somebody.
And like I say, that's over 1,000 square miles of protected, beautiful protected bay area. There are mountains to the north and the south and the west there are mountains all around that bay basically that help to protect it and keep it very calm. So sometimes it's like a huge mirror. But when you lose a boat, and it don't matter, canoe, dinghy, dory, little skiff, don't matter what, if it drifts off from New Richmond, say, it's going to head out towards the Atlantic. It can be gone overnight and have gone 60, 70 miles away. You go to Black Cape and the little hill there, you have a spectacular view of the bay. You can take out your, what do they call them? Field glasses, binoculars. And you can look over that 1,000 square miles and find your boat from a hill. It's probably less than 80 feet off the tide line. So it's flat. Like I say, if you can see from Bathurst over 111 miles to Percé Rock, at the beginning of the Atlantic there, and it's flat. Well, there should be 6,000 feet of curve under your nose from the cockpit of a small plane. It's just not there. It's not there anywhere. All of the oceans are flat as the lakes, as flat as a puddle, as flat as, well, your cup of coffee. Mobile fluids conform to a container and find level, not just water. A lot of fluids have properties like water, alcohol, acetone. They're fluids. They're very mobile. They'll conform to their container and form a level surface. It's like a general rule. It don't just apply to water. It's almost disparagingly flat out there. It's heartbreaking people can't see it, because it really is easy to see. I did mention too, and I really mean it, there's a 7-mile spotlight or, searchlight. Is probably, with all the taxes and everything involved, around $3,000. But if someone trustable who's done some good work in the community with, their tests and other stuff, I'm happy to send $300 towards a GoFundMe to buy one of these lights and get it powered up on a beach somewhere. So I'll pay 10% of it. No questions asked. I'd like to see the community have one of these things. See what happens. There's another light I'm going to save and get. It's the 8th beam W10 or W30, I forget, but it's a blue laser that hits a phosphorus and shoots a beam of light just over a mile. It's just over $300 and it'll fit in your pocket. It's probably 5 inches long, 4.5 inches long. Little tube shape. You could put it in your pocket and forget it was there. But it's a white laser light that shoots a beam for a mile. And I just, I've spent a lot of money on lights, but I don't regret it. Not for a minute. The through night I got a better one, so I gave that to someone else. But, the through nights now are only $212.
Oh, it said mute for a minute.
When I bought mine, it was like over 400, I think. They have competition now for these. Different manufacturers doing even better.
Answer the phone, damn it. We have bibs, but no rolls. I don't think you can talk. Just trying just in case you can.
Is that dinosaur thing real or like a joke?
What dinosaur?
I'm not sure. Dave is lighting up and I'm not hearing anything, but I'm not sure if that's just
I think dinosaurs are fake anyway, so.
Yeah, even Tyrannosaurus means terrible lizard.
I mean, what's a
going? Y'all can't hear me.
What's a raptor? It's a fucking chicken. Look at
And
it.
it's a pretty weird song by Blondie, but that's another story. No, these fictions created by these Jesuit priests, artists, and Freemason writers and stuff. Fuck them all. I know them all now. I know the games they played. They turned their fiction into, well, modern man's conscious reality. They concretized their fiction in people's minds.
You hear me now, Jimbo?
It's taken hundreds of years to do it.
Mic check.
You're better.
All right. Continue. I lost contact for a minute.
You look from Victor Hugo 200 plus years ago to, John Carter, written in 1909. What an amazing science fiction work that is, John Carter. They made it into a film, Walt Disney Productions did. They sort of sabotaged it, but it's still a good production, They spent, $50 million to make that movie. And it really is good story, good storytelling. It's space fantasy. It's the quackery that they've sold for, well, you'd almost swear millennia now. But it's spectacular. It's so well done. They're wonderful artists and magicians and storytellers. But that's all they are. The fiction is a lie you can believe if you want. When Admiral Byrd, Freemason, novelist, poet, artist, went to Antarctica, you don't think he knows how to construct a story? Up north, we have to control thoughts in the north. Robert W. Service, our most famous poet, built the most northerly Freemason outpost in Canada. He wrote stories about the North Pole and people going crazy, people dying at the Babe of Lucifer, Luna, Lucy. All Freemason wizardry. Beautiful art. It's captivating, but again, it's only fiction. And it's given to you as a choice to take as fiction or reality or half and half or whatever portion thereof you want. To construct your reality about your knowledge, beliefs, whatever you want to call it. It comes from fiction. Their fiction.
Sorry to interrupt, Jimbo. We got an egg person on here. Miggy, you got control of your mic. Miggy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We have Beeps. He would like to ask some questions.
Okay, I just said hi
Beeps.
to Miggy. Go ahead.
Welcome, Miggy. Welcome, Beeps.
Thank you. So I'm actually kind of new to this, but I would like you to ask a question.
Sure.
Do you have? Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Want to say it, James?
You guys go ahead.
Okay. It presents itself as flat. It measures as flat. It's practically used as flat.
Okay, so if you pour water over your finger, you can see that there are water drops that stain on your finger.
That surface tension of a small amount of water that doesn't work with large bodies of water.
But where do you have the explanation for that? I know it's mathematically
It's called a drop of water, and it's called surface.
It's adhesion and cohesion. Look it up. Adhesion and cohesion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's also in the smallest forms. Water it bonds with itself. But if you put it in a larger body, it will stretch out over a surface and it'll be flat and level.
Okay. So my next question is, if you had anything to say to an astronaut,
Before you go to the next question,
Yes.
can you address what I just said, please?
Address?
Yes. What I just told you, adhesion and cohesion. It was an answer to your question, but you seem to have just skipped over it.
I'm sorry about that. I don't really know what to say. I just asked the
Right. So
question,
what do you
and, I got
what do
an
you think
answer.
about the answer?
Yes,
Because
I think it's well explained. I think it's done made. I know it's not real because I know the Earth is round.
okay, so you're not going to pay attention to anything anybody says in the server then.
No, but
You're
how
gonna
can
you're
you
gonna just
explain
waste.
astronauts?
You're just gonna waste our time then. Is that right?
No.
Yes.
I just
Then address the question then that I just told you the answer to.
the
Show me
question
that you're not gonna waste. Show me that you're not gonna waste our time.
but I still know. I still don't know because I
No,
see
I'm not.
astronauts.
Listen, I'm not talking about what you know and you don't know. I gave you an answer. You didn't even look it up. You
Yes,
just
but
bypassed
okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah, you want to go by
Compared to Earth,
proxy now to someone else's testimony, and we want
okay,
your
so a
first-hand
small amount.
experience and knowledge,
Okay, so a
not
small
something you
amount of
heard from someone else down the road.
okay. So if
You're trying to pass off like, oh, I know Earth is a ball because I got this astronaut who will say he's been in space. You can't validate
But you
that.
need to
I
address
can't
what I
validate
told
that.
you.
Okay.
Biz, you need to address what I told you. You
Okay,
remember
so-
what I said, or did you forget?
Yeah, so the first answer I got was the Earth. When the water comes at your finger, it's a small amount of water, so it stays on your finger.
What is it
But
called?
compared,
What is it called?
why would I have to know that?
I gave you the answer to what it's called.
Yeah, and why would I have to read about it? I said
Right.
in the beginning I was new to this.
What I know. So what did I say? Because it seems like you even forgot what I told you.
Yes, I forgot because it
Okay,
was,
that's my point. See, here's the thing, Bib. When you come in here, you need to listen to the answers and then write them down or take notes, because when you are listening, you're going to forget what we told you, and you're just in here basically wasting everybody's time. And I don't like that. You're going to come in here and you're going to ask questions and listen to the answer, write them down, remember them somehow. Okay?
Okay. Yes.
That's only fair to the people that are in here, spending their time giving you the answers.
Stop. I'm talking it. Why do you care? Are you flat earther?
All right. So hopefully, if you ask any, the question that I ask, I need you to address it though. I said adhesion and cohesion. Hello.
Yes. I'm typing it down.
Yeah, you could do like just a simple Google search about it. It's kind of like a simple concept. If you just read through it, you might understand it pretty easily.
That's all we're asking, man. Is you just listen to the question, kind of talk about it a little bit. Don't just skip to like all these questions and then have nothing stays in your mind that way.
Yes.
Anyways, I have to get going, so if somebody else can take over, thank you.
Thank you, Miggy. So yeah, Bibas, the thing is that when you have a question and we engage in the question answer question, we want to take it step by step. People in here, many are very specific about the topics at hand. So if you have a question and you get an answer, try to listen to the answer, to look into the information that was given, because that's kind of fair to keep going forward with the conversation.
Okay, so I know there is cohesion, okay, but if you compare my finger to the Earth is very big, and if it's big and the water is very big, how could it not be possible? How could it be impossible then?
Are you
Like
saying
Mickey was
that?
pointing out, sorry, but like Mickey was pointing out that you need to research those two terms. And you should be able to figure out your own answer. Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
You go ahead, man. I'm just saying that you're saying that if the body of water gets bigger, like a lake or an ocean, you're saying it should behave like this water droplet that looks kinda
Yes, it's the same
spherical.
because
So are you
water.
saying that the bigger the body of water, it should adhere to the outside of an object? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that, or have you ever experienced that?
What have I ever experienced?
Water attached to the outside of an object,
Yes.
360 degrees around it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let me tag you in the live stream voice text real quick so you can link what you're saying.
No.
Because that's very interesting that you're saying you can demonstrate
No,
it.
no, I
Did he
can't
understand the
demonstrate it, but
question? Did he understand it? Right?
yes. Because
So-
if I ever experienced water going 360 around an object.
And you said yes.
Bendy
No,
water, right?
no. I mean no, because when you have big mass on the, the water surface on the earth is very, 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 very thin compared to earth.
What?
So curvature would be measurable, not. So you have a big problem there.
I don't understand, man.
We can measure that the water is not curving.
Okay, real quick, let's someone walk him through the three questions because he looks interested in the topics. He has some questions. Let's try to get some fundamentals, and I think the three questions will be kind of good for him. If you guys want to go through that,
Who wants to do it? I can, or Sonny,
or me,
or Roger. Go ahead. Whoever wants to do it.
I'm Bibzai. What? How do you pronounce your name?
Bibzah.
Bibza. So, welcome, man. Welcome to the server. First question I want to ask you: do you know when the curvature of Earth was measured, now or in ancient times? And can you give me the method for it?
No, I can't give you.
Okay.
Passion
So
na
when
ako
did they?
eh. Sa kabliati din na ako eh.
Sorry. Come again? Oh, he jumped.
What did he say?
I don't know.
He really didn't want to engage.
So he said no, I can't give you. So I guess he was able to understand everything we were saying. There's might be a little bit of a language barrier, just a little bit, but I guess.
No, he spoke English.
Yeah, he spoke. He was all right. Yeah.
Sorry, man. That's why
okay.
I ask. That's why I ask. I mean, it's a pretty. It's the question: have you ever seen water on the outside of an object? I mean, and he said yes.
Yeah.
I mean that's a language barrier, right? Because
I wanted to ask him what object. That's what I was trying. I was going to try to jump in and say, what object did you see that on? I think he understood well enough to answer that.
We've got a new person, potential baller, Turquoise Dragon. You have control of your mic. Tell us why you think the globe is real. Turquoise Dragon.
But once I get back to you, and hopefully gravity doesn't hold me down.
Oh, okay.
Throw with it.
What's up,
yeah.
man?
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good.
Just thought I'd pick on you. Sorry if I bugged you.
You knew I was listening. That's good. Creeping.
You enjoying the lockdown over in the UK?
Oh yeah.
Good times, ain't it?
Making the most of it.
Clown world we live in.
Yeah, it's brilliant times, right? Brilliant times at the moment.
Yeah. We got Snippy Joe getting ready to be inaugurated, where everybody's excited in America. He's going to make America great again. Why that was Trump, I bet.
Well, you guys still have a government. Ours just stepped down today.
Really?
Yeah.
The whole government? So we
Sorry?
quit? The whole government quit?
Yeah, yeah.
That's actually a good thing.
So now the civil servants and the shadow government are in charge. Civil servants are basically unelected lifetime politicians.
Right.
High rank.
It's not. They admitted some rules just before the end of this year, where they could do anything they like. Right, the special Corona rules. So it doesn't even matter, and they're now not responsible anymore because they're not in office. Right, they're demissionaire, so they can do whatever they want. Not a problem.
Yeah, that sounds legit.
Yeah, well, it doesn't even matter, right? If the next government will be just as bad. Will be just as bad.
They'll make new rules that will fix the old rules that the other people made. Rules on top of rules.
Mm-hmm.
To fix the bad rules.
Yeah.
We can only steal. We used to be able to steal 40% of your stuff. Now we're gonna steal 39%.
Yeah.
That's an improvement.
Yeah, our income tax is at like 40 or 50%, so couldn't get any worse.
Just to clear up for anybody listening, Turquoise Dragon has been a Flat Earther in this conversation for over 5 years. I was just messing with him there.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I'd known sooner, right?
He's the OG.
Yeah, definitely wish we knew sooner.
Flipping see the list here. I don't see anybody else knows. So if anybody wants to bring up the topic or start a discussion, go for it.
It's almost weekend, guys. Woohoo! Well, I'm calling from the future, and weekend is good.
Who's the longest standing flat earther here?
I don't know, but I've been in it since 2015. There's people before me, I think.
I'm sitting right now, so I wouldn't be standing.
Yeah. Damn, you stole that one.
I jumped in 2016, so yeah. The 4chan. Well, I mean, not 4chan, the, what was it? The YouTube.
3chan.
3chan, yeah. Yeah.
You were under a different name. I remember you on there, James.
Yeah.
Jamsy's OG.
That's kind of like the wild, wild days. There's a few hundred of us on the internet talking about this shit.
I was all over the place because there was so much information, people talking so many different things, and just putting everything together at the same time, it was a bit difficult. But I understood that the Earth wasn't a spinning globe anymore.
And there was so much, there was a wealth of information on YouTube at that time, you know, unlike now. good videos and good information. I would venture to guess that even the 2015 is probably the earliest anybody on here has woke up to this. I mean, I could be wrong. And there's a few people like the Marlena effect that she never believed the globe her whole life. It's not the way we listen to her. You know, she grew up thinking the Earth was flat. So she lives up in the northeast Canada area, and she's in like this. I want to say tribe or something. I want to speak for her, but anyway, in her schooling, they didn't even talk about globes or nothing when she was growing up.
We have Ed. Did anybody talk to him yet?
We tried, but you can try again, Roger.
Yeah, his cell phone doesn't have a mic. He's using that new technology, the Neuralink.
So yesterday, he said he didn't have a mic, but then he started hot micing right after that.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I remember.
But we can still go past that. We can. He can open his mic right now and say, "Hey guys, I'm Ed, and I'm here to listen." Right, Ed?
So he's not going to talk, is he? Don't y'all
He's
think if
unmuted.
you're
He's unmuted now.
Okay, go ahead, Ed.
Go ahead, Ed. You got the floor.
Hello, Ed.
Same as yesterday.
Yeah, he's doing Morse code.
So your mic's on. You have a mouth, don't you? Do you know how to use your mouth for speaking? That is.
I mean, it's okay, Ed. You can
No.
stop it right now. It's okay. If you want to listen, that's fine.
Oh, wait a minute. I get it. Like Mr. Ed, the horse. You know how he knows on the ground? That's what it is.
Yeah. Put yourself on mute again, Ed. It's okay. I mean, it is an original troll, I must confess. And he has a good profile picture, right? From the dude, right?
Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski, yeah.
Yeah.
It's at the tip of my tongue.
Why'd they have to piss on the carpet?
it's a great movie.
Rug. Why'd they have to pee on the rug?
Whoa. It's windy there, Dave.
Whoa. The Coriolis effect.
Dave.
It's that globe spinning, sorry.
It's like Globiolis force.
Who's doing that?
It was me. You got a problem with it?
No.
Okay.
I could have a problem though if you want me to. I'm always willing to change my mind.
Is that any better?
Much better.
All right.
Was he now?
Anybody else with local news, like such as the Netherlands not having a government anymore?
Yeah, apparently the Kuwaiti government has also quit 2 days ago.
They quit.
So I've heard. And the Italian government looks like they're about to all quit or something as well. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, and the fun stuff is there already. They were talking about like a week ago about postponing the elections in our country because we have just the elections at the 17th of March, and they were already trying to plant the seed to postpone it, right? So I wonder how that will work out. And we have no government, no election. Awesome stuff. Or they will use the mail votes like they did in the US. What could go wrong, right?
So who's going to fix the roads if you don't have a government, Roger? Oh my God.
Who needs roads when you have tanks? They'll just tell everybody you can't drive anyway.
Who needs roads when you can just go up in a helium balloon and wait for the west to come to you?
Yes, exactly.
All you gotta do is be at the right latitude, longitude, right?
Yeah. That place will just pop up right there. It'll just like spin right around to your location. You know, it'll be like we're hovering now. We're waiting for our location to rotate underneath us.
I think that's why NASA is hogging all the helium, so they make travel more expensive and complicated. They're probably in cahoots with the petroleum companies.
If the Coriolis effect was a real thing, then couldn't it be used as a means of transport?
Absolutely.
We could just use
That's
the
what I'm
Coriolis effect
saying.
to like go anywhere. Well, not go anywhere, but go wherever we want, I guess.
You know, that's a good line of questioning. Like, what would things actually really be like if this curvature and rotation was a real thing? Things would be totally different. There would be all kinds of weird things related to the curve and related to the moving surface.
You could use it as an energy source, right? As an energy source. Infinite energy. Because the Earth was rotating and then you could catch that energy, but that's a bummer, right?
Yeah, too bad about that rotation. It ain't working out so well.
How would a space elevator work, right? They are telling us that they had plans for a space elevator. How would that work if Earth-based Coriolis was a thing?
I know, exactly. Isn't that ridiculous? That thing's just going to wind its way all the way, sit up there straight. No, it'd be twisted into pieces.
Oh, I heard a good story today. What was it? The Mars drill, the Mars digger. Yeah. So the Mars digger bites the dust after 2 years on red planet. NASA declares the Mars digger dead Thursday after failing to burrow deep into the red planet to take its temperature.
Okay, we're gonna have to pay billions of dollars on building a new one and send it there.
Yeah.
Because, we gotta keep science going.
So
nobody can stop science.
Scientists in Germany spent 2 years trying to get their heat probe, dubbed the mole, to drill into the Martian crust. But the 16-inch long device that is part of NASA's Inside Lander couldn't gain enough friction in the red dirt. It was supposed to bury 5 meters, 16 feet into Mars, but only drilled down a couple of feet.
We failed.
Ridiculous, right?
We failed, but we're gonna keep trying, so just pay your taxes.
Ridiculous. Oh, but they recorded nearly 500 Mars quakes. Seriously.
Yeah, at least we got a recording of earthquakes in Mars. I mean, Marquakes. Sorry about that.
Marsquakes, yeah, Marsquakes.
Makes sense. Sounds legit.
So the latest rover will be the Perseverance. Butchering that one, but February the 18th, it will attempt a touchdown. But the Curiosity rover has been roaming Mars since 2012. So that's 9 years, people. 9 years.
History in the making.
And nothing happened to the thing. Nothing.
It reached its life cycle by now. Now we just gotta replace it, right? Oh wait, one is gonna touch down already? Like, it's already on its way there?
Well, the Curiosity is there since 2012, but they have a new one, the Perseverance, that's going to attempt a touchdown on February 18th.
A touchdown. Attempt a touchdown. That sounds kind of tricky.
Yeah. But it's all fine and dandy, right? Because this Curiosity is there 9 years now, and they claim dust storms and heavy winds, and yet it can clean itself, right? Is solar power, panels just work without cleaning? I mean, if you put some solar panels on your roof, you them every year, but not on Mars.
Bro, have you ever heard of self-cleaning systems? Come on.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. It wasn't
like
it cost billions of dollars, right? It had to have a self-cleaning solar panel, right? Spray a little water on it.
Have you ever heard of windshield washer or stuff like that? Like...
Sure. Does it have it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're well informed.
And the new one that is gonna attempt touchdown, if it doesn't make it, we have another one ready. Don't worry. We have a backup.
Wouldn't all that technology be available? Say, for instance, the Voyager, which has been traveling out past the supposed solar system now for 33 years. Couldn't you look up how long the batteries last? What kind of? No.
It's not.
We should be having those technologies in vehicles and cell phones right now. Those batteries sound amazing.
No, think about how much energy that thing has to have to send the signal that far away.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Light travels forever
So
through the medium of space.
Not
I just. Oh,
Go
sorry.
on,
I
Andrew.
just. Yeah, I just Googled it, and it's called a cleaning event. It's a phenomenon whereby dust is removed from the solar panels in the context of exploration in science rovers on Mars, supposedly by the action of wind.
What wind?
Yeah.
What
The nature
wait,
of the
what wind?
Space wind.
Yeah.
Bro,
The
you
nature
think
of
you think rocket scientists didn't think about that before? Come on.
Oh, sorry, Gamsey. Right, yeah, true. Never mind, I'm stupid and they're smart. Right, forgot.
it gets even better. The nature of the cleaning events is not known. but the assumption is that wind blows the dust of the panels. Yeah, I'm guessing some dude is just dusting it off with a brush, right?
We
There
don't
in
know
Devon
how it
Island.
happens, but it happens.
Right.
We don't know what happens when the janitor sweeps his broom on the floor.
Yeah, let me post it. It's so ridiculous, right?
That's a good one, bro.
Roger,
That's
it literally
gold.
says it's not known for real. That's hilarious.
We don't know how sweeping actually works. I mean, we know there's someone, the janitor, sweeping.
So basically, we just got lucky because we didn't send it with the technology up there, but somehow magically it's being cleaned. It's like hitting the lottery 1,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
So
because if it wasn't for this phenomena, the rover will be dead on arrival.
Yeah.
So everything stays because the wind.
We just got lucky.
And the shit don't get sandblasted, with like what, 300-mile-an-hour winds. Okay. They put the big old foot in their mouth every time, man.
We gotta be thankful to natural phenomena.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's so funny, right? Because we have sometimes winds that come from the Sahara, from Africa, and that blows dust and sand all over our cars and this yellow dust.
And all I do is wait for the rain to come and clean it up.
It's so funny, right? It says spirit sundial before and after a cleaning event. And it's the first place it's dusty as hell, and then it's clean.
So is this the Mars rover Johnny 5 that you're talking about, Roger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I got a question. Why isn't the camera... how is the camera always clean?
That's national security. That's a secret.
Okay, cool.
Can't talk about that.
Cleaning event. It's a clean. I'm going to keep this one, right? Cleaning event.
We don't understand how the cleaning actually occurs. Cleaning crews in, and they're wiping something off the lens. We don't know what process. It's a phenomenon.
It just happens.
Space Windex.
Space Windex.
They invented NASA invented a new type of nano glass, and it just works.
Hey, that makes sense. Sounds cool, so it makes sense.
I think all of us could have made a better.
Cosmic nano glass, and
sorry.
No, that was it. No, cosmic nano glass. That's all they have to say, though, and people will be, cosmic, but we can only use it in outer space, so you'll never see it. Oh, okay, all right. That makes sense.
When can I buy this nano glass? When can I buy it?
It's along the shelf.
You can't. It's only made for the government and for space. So yeah,
it's near the space Windex aisle.
Wait, I pay taxes to develop the nano glass, but I can't buy it? What's going on?
So I'm buying it, but can't have it. That's amazing.
You're already buying it.
I'm already buying it. Yeah, you bought it already.
Yeah,
You just can't have it.
NASA's doing it for you, so you're getting it. You're getting the results of the nanoglass, so you're good to go. It's all good.
Yep. So
Thank you.
Keep paying your tax. Make sure you're keeping up that, like, all that cleaning that needs to.
Whatever you do, never stop.
Yeah, don't question anything.
If you have any doubts in your mind about this stuff, just don't.
Just
Stop.
forget. Just forget about it.
Seems legit.
I mean, think about it. Like, we're kind of messing around, but how does the camera lens stays clean with all that dust?
Space winds.
Exactly.
Space winds.
They must have a space camera lens.
Gravity pulls the dust away from the lens towards the planet.
No, the problem
The vacuum of space hoovers it up.
it's not even a problem because up there you've got Mars gas. Okay.
Wait,
it doesn't
you're
even
all
stick to
stupid.
the
You're all
nanoglass.
stupid. It's gravity. It's gravity.
I said.
Mars gas.
Well, everyone's stupid except me.
And it's complicated, so that's why you guys don't get it.
Yeah, it's gravity, and yeah, that's it.
You just don't understand the gravity on Mars. Just don't understand the gravity of the situation.
There could be some refraction going on too. Might have something to do with it.
Refraction.
Or maybe Satan. Maybe Satan could be cleaning. I guess.
No.
Wouldn't there be such a thing as a refraction that took the refraction out so you knew what you were actually looking at?
Cheating? What the fuck was that? My God, Blues.
Surely there would be a refraction. Everybody would be using.
Refraction utilizes the R value, and don't call me Shirley.
I'm going to start asking for the refraction. Can I have the technology, the data, the refraction filters? I guess we already have it. That's what infra.
I'm about to Google space news. See what pops up.
Space what?
Space news.
Space news.
Hey.
It's going to be funny. I bet whatever it is hilarious. They're providing us with great material. They surely must be trolling.
You cut out Sonny.
Little do they know. Backfire.
After further review, Space Force confirms selection of NSTXL to manage industry consortium. Wait, let me Google that word. Consortium? What's that, guys? CONSORTIUM.
Consortium is a group of smaller groups, like a cluster of.
Okay.
Or an event that's combining. I don't know. I'm just guessing here, but I think Consortium is like an event of individuals bringing their ideas together. Does that make sense?
Space Force, Space Force.
The Merriam-Webster dictionary definition: consortium, an agreement, combination, or group of companies formed to undertake an enterprise beyond the resource of any one member.
The Space Force doesn't have all the resources they need.
I guess not. They got to steal from other brothers.
Oh, they need more. More.
Other brother.
Eventually,
Well,
we're
give
gonna
them
do
more
away
money.
with NASA and have Space Force manage all space activity.
Let's all write a
Because-
letter and tell them we need to send them more money for their Space Force. Go ahead, Jim.
It'll be like 199% cyber. That's my guess.
All the defense budget is gonna move into Space Force. All of it. Imagine all these companies talking about aerospace and space technology. They gonna be getting all these contracts to make stuff for space.
Listen.
So that was the top headline on Google for space news. Jimsy.
Yes, 15 minutes ago.
Is there a second top headline?
It's breaking news. Latest from spacenews.com.
Can't wait.
So a consortium is an association or an alliance.
Wait, I got a question. So we have the Communist News Network here, and I was asking if we also have the Mars Communist News Network. Is there such a thing?
There's only the Communist News Network.
Oh, okay, so just CNN. Nice.
No, all of them are.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen those videos that all the news channels
Mesh
reporting
together
the
and say
same,
the same thing?
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah.
A lot of people like to rebuttal that by saying, no, they're owned by the same company, and because they got freaked out, their controllers and moderators went on and said, you, buddy, you go on and say this. And that's why it appears as if there's a great conspiracy that all the big news networks say the same stuff, but it's not true.
Yeah,
Well-
there's only 6 companies that control
Right.
all of the media on Earth. 6
Right.
companies.
And then if you want to go down the rabbit hole, you look at the family from which the big donors are,
Yeah,
and also their country.
of course.
Now that Disney bought Fox, I think it's only 5. Yeah.
I believe it. So
Yeah.
Doesn't own more than half. I think so.
They own enough. They have enough.
Wait, guys, we got some news.
Uh-oh.
The 10 biggest space discoveries and stories of 2020.
Oh, heck, I better.
What did they find out? That COVID actually is racist and kills more black people than whites?
Dude, while I was scrolling down and you said that word, that's what I read. At exactly the same time you said the T19.
Well, I guess that's just a coincidence. Oh, we
Yeah,
got a VC verified.
You catch it at the zoo too. I guess the monkeys got it.
Uh-oh. Don't go to the zoo, guys. Stay home. Don't go out. Close your windows.
If you go
nail the doors.
You're killing
Dogs and cats will get it. The zoo's closed here. So stupid. Watch out for gray squirrels that are wild.
If you have sex with your girlfriend, wear a mask. Please.
Just wear a mask while you're in Discord as well. We don't know if that stuff is gonna go through the airways and the fiber optics.
Get something through your microphone. My phone's got COVID. Through your speaker cone. And microphone.
Just wear the mask 24/7, even when you're taking a shower and stuff. Just
why not? No worries if it gets wet. And
just to make sure.
All that garbage. No worries about that. Mm-hmm.
All in the name of looking out for your fellow human.
Even if you damage your own health, just do it for your fellow man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're killing people. Don't go out. Stay home. Show that you care. I also vaccinate. Yay. Goddamn idiots. Swear to God.
My body, my choice. Mandatory vaccines.
No, you know, somebody should make a meme. My body, my choice. And then, that meme, 5 minutes later,
Yeah.
And you put that, and then you add the thing with mandatory vaccines. That would be... That's so good.
How
you can blow it?
I think I have that somewhere. Something like that. Let me check.
15 minutes later.
Oh, the ones with SpongeBob, they were so good.
Apparently there's some truth drops even in SpongeBob, right?
Yeah, there's truth in basically anything, especially the memes. Some memes are so goddamn smart. Just a picture and 3 lines tell you more truth and more knowledge than entire school does in 12 years. It's fascinating.
You can learn more here on the Flat Earth Discord than you could learn with years of schooling.
Right.
Harvard on YouTube. What's that? Harvard on YouTube. Oh.
Imagine all those
like
people
the
like a year ago that were saying, homeschooling is bad because the children need to socialize with other children and government schools are the best, like you need to send your children to school. And now the children are in the house homeschooling. Dude, I heard people like close to me that I mentioned homeschooling, and they thought about homeschooling like a crazy idea. It was just crazy. You're crazy if you think you can homeschool someone. But what's up now?
I just think it would be funny to see like a joking guy in a little smoking jacket with a pipe. The audio files of Harvard now on YouTube. Watch them. Learn everything without going to Harvard. Yeah. Isn't that's just too funny.
You could learn more on QE's channel.
Man, he knows so much about logical fallacies and scientific methods. God.
Well, you can learn the same. Like I've been on here for about 4 months, I think.
Yeah, I would like him to
Pretty
tell us
sure you could ask Google or Wiki or whatever question you want at any time, and I mean, but Siri, anyway. I mean, they're going to give you the answer they see fit. Right? I mean,
Just go to QE. Go to QE's website. It's got all that information on there, man.
I would like him to tell me about quantum physics. That would be nice.
what's he going to tell you about it?
It's a difficult topic to talk about.
I don't know, but I've seen like 1 hour live stream with him talking about that, and I still got lots of questions.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
I suggest you just start looking into the double slit experiment, and
Right. I
as
look.
much
Yeah.
as you can about what was going on in that, because it's still confusing. And I've been I started reading about quantum physics like 25 years ago, so I was really in.
It's all someone's interpretation on how it works.
Yeah, it always led me to the existence of a creator because of the design aspects.
Oh, definitely, 100%. And now again, it
Yeah,
depends
but
how
I'd
you
be
define
careful.
it. But
Not about the creator part, but about what stuff you're looking at and what you're actually taking in for information. Because sometimes they scramble the shit and they sit it and hand it to you like, okay, here's this information on quantum mechanics, and you read it, and at the end of the day, your result that you think of is going to be different than what the fuck is really going on because of how they gave you the information.
That's definitely true. Yeah.
So just take a step back and look at your stuff, read it, look at it for your own self, and just think for yourself for a while.
That's how I've always done that's how I've always learned, by taking information in and then use discernment and a check and balance system, and not to be stuck on any particular idea, to keep things open, because I think that's where the truth lies, and just keep things open and not making my mind up about anything, or thinking I know. That's a really slow. Yeah.
I got a strange question. Why, when I press on my LCD screen, I get those nice visual effects?
Little rainbows, and then a black hole.
Yeah, and the waves and all that.
It's like a ripple.
That's the liquid, isn't it? The liquid that is in the
Looks the
screen.
same. It looks the same if you put a drop of water on your phone.
Right,
Put a drop of water on your phone screen. You'll get the rainbow outward, and then on the inside, if you look at it at an angle, you'll see black. It's like a magnetic effect from the water. It's weird.
Right, but I mean, when I press on it, like doing the stupid stuff you're not supposed to do with an LCD screen.
It's LCD. It's a liquid, crystal, or lead.
So you're pushing the liquids around in there through it, or whatever it is that's going through it.
Oh, so it's
plasma.
No, I don't think so. I think plasma it's in other displays.
It acts like plasma. I'm just saying it looks like a sheet of something with plasma between it, you know what I mean? Just for,
Right.
But yeah, you get that little rainbow effect. And even on your phone, like, on your phone, I just thought it was weird. Like, I was looking at it one day and I dripped water on it. And certain parts of the water look different. And then when you look at it through an angle, the part underneath it's pure black. So, like, no matter what the hell's going on, the water like bubbles the effect of the visual effect, and it makes a black hole like on your phone. It's weird. Not a black hole, just a black circle dot. Yeah, liquid's weird on these electronics when you put them on the screen, because all the pixels and shit. It also magnifies, like a bubble of liquid, and you drop it on your screen, it also magnifies whatever the hell it falls onto. because that bubble represents like a magnifying glass like design. But the quantum mechanics thing, if I'm still on here and I'm not, am I still on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just relook at it just like you do anything else. Like if they say, "Hey, fish are breathing air," just relook at the fish and see what you really think they're doing. If that's what you see, if that's what you perceive they're doing, then go with it. If not, then think about it different. That's how you actually have new discoveries and technologies that are better than before. Just somebody rethinking and relooking at the element or looking at the object or whatever though.
Strange question. Does anybody here play any FPS shooters?
First person shooters, I play GTA and Call of Duty sometimes.
I wanted to make an offer with a 1v1 in any game. I'm just bored. Because there's no globies in here. So we can't pick on anybody.
Well, every once in a while, that's what I play. I'll play GTA or the first person shooter called Black Ops, Call of Duty or whatever. They like me to play Apex or whatever, but I don't really. That was a little too cartoonish.
Wait, it's... Does anybody know in I don't know. I guess
NG. NG, you're VC verified. Can you open your mic? Welcome.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey,
Hello,
welcome
buddy.
to the server. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey.
Thanks.
So what do you think about the shape of the Earth? If you don't mind me asking. Can you guys hear me?
NG.
NG, are you there? Yes, your question, man.
There's no wrong question. Really, it's just a question.
What's up?
He was wondering what you thought about the.
Oh, what?
The shape of the Earth.
I don't know. Be more specific. It's kind of a vague question.
Well,
It's a vague question. What you think the shape of the Earth is? You think that's a vague question? That's a
What do
very
you want me to
forward.
say exactly?
What do you think the Earth is? What shape? Is it a shape? Is it not? What do you think? Your opinion is what I want.
well, let's put
Hello?
it this way. Do you think NASA's
Oh,
lying
he's
to you?
gone.
Okay. Understandable.
What do I want him to say? That's weird. I don't want him to say anything in specific. Just give an answer.
I've never heard that one before. Literally dodging the question.
He
from
said
the
that was a
beginning.
vague question.
Yeah, that's new. Okay.
How about, do you think the Earth is a globe in space?
Spinning.
Do you think the Earth is a spinning globe in space? Is that specific enough?
Yeah, that is.
Frustrated because they don't have any answers. So it's like a defensive mechanism.
It's just a simple question, man. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I could have asked him if he was a spherical ball of dirt and water in space. Yeah, I could have. Yeah, sorry. I was being real vague by asking him what type of shape the planet that's supposed to be a spherical globe is. Hey, little Timmy, what shape is your basketball? Don't ask me that.
You hurt my feelings. I'm offended. You're a sexist. You're a... What else could you be? I don't know.
A pervert.
Phobe. You're a bigot. You're a curve phobe.
A pervert.
You're a flat earther.
Hell yeah.
It's like NG bounce, guys. Y'all scared him off.
Yeah, he bounced right away.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Be a little softer on people. Come on, guys. You're being mean.
Right. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't be mean to
asked that
nobody,
guy a
did I?
basic question. I'm really sorry. Man, I want new people in. Come on.
So what do? We say, hey, honey, how are you doing? Sit down, feel good. We got a warm cup of hot cocoa for you. Let's just discuss things, okay? Don't be scared.
Right.
That's much better.
Show us on the globe where the flat Earth touched you.
I think we also need a girl. That would be amazing.
Yeah,
it
we need
turns them like.
someone needs to rub
Sure.
their feet. Put your feet up on the, put your feet back. Don't, don't work yourself too hard now.
Take your shoes off. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Have you realized it's harder every day to get Globers on everywhere?
Yeah, to have a heap and helping others, hospitality. You know what that is, don't you, Dave? A Beverly Hillbillies.
Beverly Hillbillies. Everybody knows that.
That's right.
Whoever said it's harder to get glubbers on here, I agree with. They don't want to talk about their beliefs much around here. Kind of difficult. You guys are too mean.
But we're the weird ones.
I know if they come on, they have to answer for what they claim.
That's another thing too. When you go to the baller channels, I swear to God, now what they do, they don't tell you any facts about a ball anymore. All they do is keep asking you questions about flat Earth.
I know.
And I'm like, hold on. I'm like, this is your evidence now. So your evidence has come from not being able to show us anything in ifs and buts and sentences to where's our flat Earth that we didn't tell you we were presenting.
Like last night, we were talking about containers, and they're showing me containers while we're talking about it, and then saying, "But where on your flat Earth is a container?" Understand? While they're showing containers the whole time.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to use a container, but look at this barometer. That's a container. That's a container too. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They get their barometric pressure or whatever they think they got out of the resistance or their charge, or there's certain potential they're reading out of the air from the density. You're just getting a potential charge from the density of the fucking medium. How retarded are they? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, they do have a It's always a container.
Very retarded is the answer. Very.
They say gravity pulls down when there is no down on a globe.
Hey, Andrew, why don't you go over and troll in Miggy's live stream comments?
Where to go?
Go to YouTube where the live stream is and see who's commenting and ask them to come into the live stream.
Oh, can you give me the link to Miggy's live stream?
Oh, you can use either one. Here, hold up.
Is it the, because I know the 24th, wait.
You should be subscribed.
I just posted it in the
All right.
chat.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, let's see this guy.
Make sure you subscribe to these channels,
Yeah, I already did.
Cool.
I just forgot the link. Like, I subscribed a long time ago,
Yeah, but it'll be on. Do you have a YouTube page yourself? or
No.
Oh, okay. But it should still be on your subscription, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but I have like 1,000 channels in my subscription.
Yeah, I have like over 160, like 170, I think. But they're all really good ones. I'll put my.
Someone just
channel-
posted in the live stream chat. It looks like a baller.
Uh-oh.
What are you talking about? Extremesis? He's
No, actually, like on the YouTube watch page.
Oh,
Chat.
okay, yeah.
Oh, I think we'll have somebody come. I'll give him a link and let's see if he will join. At least he said he wants to join, so.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I would. Oh, never mind. He might be a flat earther.
Well, I still see Blue Mobile Science is running away from my challenge for him.
Angie's back. Hey, Angie. Hello, Angie. Is my mic working?
Yes, it is.
Guess he's not going to talk. Y'all go ahead.
Sorry, I got a
hi.
phone call.
Oh, okay. All good, buddy. So, would you like to get in a discussion? Inji? Inji? Hello?
I think he said he's on a phone call or something.
Didn't he use the past tense? I think he said he was. I don't know. Maybe he is.
Maybe. Let's just wait 5 minutes and ask him again.
Yeah.
So we have G Roach that just joins on the fence. Are you there, G Roach? G Roche.
How you doing, man?
What's up?
Not much.
What's going on
I
today?
usually just listen. I'm not really on the fence, but I never got the role.
So which side are you on?
Well, Flat Earth.
You don't think there's a spinning globe in nothing, right?
Not a hope in hell of a spinning globe.
Okay, fair enough.
Hopefully, you get
Welcome
someone
to-
in soon.
Yeah, welcome to server. Feel free to listen. Sorry if I sound disappointed that you're not a Glober.
No worries, no worries. I'll keep listening.
You need to talk to Maud about getting off the fence if you can.
I know. I don't really say much on this, to be honest. I do listen a lot, though.
Well, give you a little homework. You just got to come up with 3 best proofs. You know, give them to me right now. But when you talk to Maud, just give them your 3 best reasons that you know it's not a globe.
3 reasons right now.
No, you don't have to do it right now because I can't do anything but your role. Unless there's somebody here that can.
Right. That's no hassle. I'll do it at some stage.
Yeah, I'm just a silver. I can't do nothing but I can get on here and bullshit. That's about all I can do.
I know. We've been listening. It's good. It's good listening.
Yeah, you do a good
The
job
Irish
of that, Dave.
accent. Who does a good job? Fuck that. Down here and bullshit.
Yeah, man, having a good time.
Yeah, that's all you can do, Ronnie.
Yeah, we learn a little bit. I'm over here taking notes time to time.
Yeah, we learn every day, don't we? Since this paradigm shifted, I thought we'd never catch up on learning stuff, but at some point, stage, I just decided there's a lot of stuff I'm not going to know. But that don't mean I got to buy bullshit for somebody trying to tell me what it is.
True. Yeah, it was really cool when Witsip was in here the other day talking about the one-legged squats and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm into that type of stuff.
Yeah, there's all kinds of random information you pick up on these things. I wish Godspeed to Whitson and Nathan are planning on this country trip. You know,
Yeah,
wish them
I love
well.
that. Same.
Who knows what's going to happen after Sniffy Joe gets in there? They might shut down and stuff like that. Who knows?
Sniffy Joe is now his name, according to me. Sniffy Joe.
Imagine a country, Fuzzy Swam, where there's 300 million. There's got to be at least 150 million of them males. We could have a female president, but our best 2 choices was Trump and Sniffy Joe. What a country.
Sniffy Joe. That is it from now on. I believe that is what I will just be calling him from now on. There's no denying that he did sniff multiple times. There's photographic evidence, so you're not wrong. So it's not any kind of slander or any kind of, I don't know. It's photographic evidence that he did that. So yes, Sniffy Joe from now on. Thank you so much.
Why does Sniffy Joe need so much military? He's so popular, I mean. Weird, right?
Might as well be the creature from the Black List.
Maybe he is.
For bread.
That was the whole point of the whole thing that happened at the Capitol, was so that they could beef up security without anyone noticing. Well, while everybody noticed right under their nose. Right? It's like, this is insane.
Yeah, they let them through, didn't they?
So it's like they really wanted to beef up all their stuff, so they create a false narrative. Everyone is riled up on both sides. It's crazy, and now they get to put as many barbed wire fences as they want, and people are gonna say, "Well, yeah, because we got to protect our capital."
Yep, and the barbed wire will all be facing in, so we can't get out.
They're bringing martial law in very slowly, without any green light to start. Even in South Africa, there's a lot more military all of a sudden.
Got to keep those Canadians out of the capital.
It's probably why they put the wall there to keep us from going out.
That's what I always thought.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a long time. Yeah, people. I remember thinking about that. Like, walls can work both ways, right? Like, people trying to go in, but how about people trying to get out?
Exactly. And it just coincidentally, it happened right before 2020, right? Where they just started building that sucker up. And I've seen it up close. It's substantial.
Build a wall. Build a wall. Build a wall. You remember people repeating that like it's...
What a bunch of numpties, man.
Well, we'll all meet up with our friends in the FEMA camps. It'll be great.
Fuck, man.
Got things to look forward to.
I'm going to get a taser. I think a taser and my tactical knife should do the job quite nicely. Maybe a little pepper spray in there. That could be another way. Pepper spray and a tactical knife.
Alicia will give you a few minutes to run.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need much more than that.
Jump in the bicycle.
No shit.
Yeah, probably the only thing I would add to that is another tactical knife. That's me.
What's that?
The only thing I would add to that is just another knife, but that's just me, because I have a problem with knives.
Do you?
Yeah, I can't stop buying knives. Every time I get depressed about the world, I buy a knife. It's a problem.
I'm going to buy myself a really nice hunting knife, something that you could like chop wood with, like all-purpose, really strong. Through.
Yeah. Do you know what kind you want? Yeah, full tang, the whole deal.
Yeah, actually, I've been watching this girl, actually, by the way, that does this wilderness camp, and she's from Austria, right? And so I'm about her Lily.
Survivor Lily.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has her own knife.
Yeah, so I saw her knife. It's $115. So I think I'll wait till
what?
Yep. And it's a solid knife, man. Like you could chop wood with it. Like get a baton, out of a branch. Nice size to use as a hammer. You can hammer that knife all day long.
But also, make sure you get a folding saw as well, because you got to definitely add that, because it comes in infinitely handy.
Yeah, I have a couple of string saws, with rings on the end.
For sure.
Hard to. That's pretty difficult. Ideally, I would want a small hatchet.
Yeah. Well, no, even a hatchet, yeah, but a saw. Get a saw. Hatchet is hard to carry. You can get little saws that are pocket saws.
That's true.
That I even on like a Leatherman or a Swiss Army knife.
That's true. And the knife would do the rest. So yeah.
For sure. Because you don't want it. Yeah, exactly. Because then you're starting to whack at it, and it's just, or you have to baton the knife into the wood just to get it off.
Wait, you guys are getting ready to fight zombies or something?
No, just basic, camping stuff in the woods, chopping trees down and making a fire with knives and whatever you have. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
If I have to, I'm gonna get set up so that I can literally go with everything. Like I need a couple. I need a couple things. I need a water filter that I can use in a river. And
Oh yeah, there's so many. Make sure you have fire tinder. All the batoning in the world. Unless you have a good knife, you could make your own tinder with a knife, so that is nice. But if you have some fire tinder where you can just strike it, and it's good, then that also goes a long way.
those would be the last stages for me when I'm getting ready to actually just go. But I need a couple.
Well, but see, here's the thing. That is probably the cheapest thing, and probably, funnily enough, one of the more important things to have with you. And it's super small. You can. There's many ways to do it, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We're very special.
If you keep it in a tin that you can make more char material out of, you can at least use the stuff you have, and then you can make more char material once you have a fire going, so that you always perpetually have a bunch of char material going, so you can always start a fire.
We're allowed butter knives here. We're really special.
Huh?
UK.
What about it?
They don't let
You guys have some knife bans, right?
Yeah, we got everything banned.
So you can't even have a knife. I'd like to see them try to take a knife.
Well, anything above 3 inches is illegal. You get £1,000 fine.
Okay. I'm gonna wear a fucking hunting knife on my person.
Yeah, but we gotta take the knives away from you guys, because it's dangerous for you guys. We gotta protect you from yourself.
So we're only allowed butter knives.
I'd like to see them try.
I've seen people file down or sharpen a butter knife to a razor sharp edge, so it's possible.
Yeah, as long as the steel's good.
Something smaller is pretty. So.
Yeah, a good knife is it's one of the most basic and awesome and usable tools. Can do most anything.
You could always sit there and pretend like you're cleaning your house with. If you feel like you're in an insecure situation.
You might even want to buy a cheaper, lower quality one just for bashing on, rather than using your good ones to bash on.
Yeah, ideally you would probably have a couple different things for different uses. Yeah, that's true. And a smaller knife is really handy for things too. So you need to have a couple.
They spit out of the movie. I don't know if you've ever seen Crocodile Dundee. They get jumped, and she's like, "Give him the money. He's got a knife." He's like, "Nah, that ain't a knife. No, this is a knife." It's a bloody great thing. Takes out crocodiles with them, But yeah, that was one of the scenes they deleted.
They deleted it? Wow.
Yeah.
We have to protect people from themselves. Come on now.
I don't know. I don't need any protection. My body is lethal just by itself, honestly speaking. Not too worried.
Is that Crocodile Dundee guy still alive, Paul Hogan?
Yeah, he's still kicking, I think. Hold on.
How is he still alive?
Oh.
Just like Steve, what's his name?
Irwin.
He's in Jeffrey Austin's island.
He was born in 1939, Hogan. So I think.
Wow.
Jeffrey Epstein.
In his 80s.
He's 81.
Wow. Boy, that time went by fast. Holy shit.
I've been watching a hippo or a wildebeest, and they probably kill more people than ever would. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, basically everything that comes from Australia can kill you, right?
Yeah.
And to relate that to aquatic animals, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but I remember seeing that jellyfish is like one of the top 5 killers in the ocean.
Yeah. I think
And
it's
you've
called
never-
the Portuguese warship or something. Portuguese
man of war.
Something with Portuguese warship, or it's a pretty bizarre jellyfish that can kill you like with one sting.
Portuguese kind of war.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with those guys.
Sad man.
Oh, I was wrong. It's not even a jellyfish.
What is it? A shellfish?
Well, it's a collection. It's not really a jellyfish, but a complex colony of hundreds of polyps of 4 different types.
Nice.
Hello? Anybody here?
Hello, what's up?
What's going on? You right?
Who's this? You a flat earther?
Yep.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We're hanging around waiting for people to defend their globe belief. Doesn't seem to be many takers these days. We're just chilling. You got something you want to bring to the table or talk about?
Honestly, not really much.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, we just need somebody in here to show us some measurements of Earth curvature, method of actual rotation detection, and the vacuum of space existing next to a gas pressure system. That's all we need. Shut down the circuit.
Wish you can get some Glovers in here. Get to talk to them a little bit. Yeah, Globe, Earth, Platypus, and Bible study.
Yeah, he's not really worth talking to. He's a nice guy, as far as I can tell, but he's a hamster. And he's going in circular arguments all day long.
Oof. Oh, there's a guy in Cogdis. Cogdis VC. I'll be back. I'm gonna go and talk to him.
Okay.
Oh, Daze beat me to it. Oh wait, no, he's also Cogdis. I'll be back.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, who said hello?
Yeah, how are you?
Doing good. This is Get Beget.
Yeah, get beget.
How's it going, man? Hope you're having a good day and you're part
All
of the
good.
planet. We're just chilling here waiting for somebody to come in here and defend their globe beliefs. Not many
Yeah,
takers.
it was a bit quiet.
Yeah.
What's the weather?
You broke up to me. Could be me though. So weather. I'm in the middle of USA. It's going to chance a couple inches of snow later on.
You got snow.
Like 32 degrees Fahrenheit here right now.
That's pretty cold.
Yeah, might chilly.
Yeah. But I have in Celsius. Friend.
Shh, the Earth is flat.
We know.
I posted in the chat a 1,200-mile lidar shot of North. It's pretty cool. And I put up an optical illusion where the same object can produce a circular shadow or a square shadow. It's kind of cute.
I've seen that polar picture. I did like to it.
Yeah, it's a optical illusion, but in both cases, the shape of the shadow holds true. So does
Yeah.
a round object cast a round shadow? Not always.
It matters where the angle of view, the viewing point.
Well, you can see something in the physical world that looks like maybe a cube.
Yeah.
But it might not be a cube. It might only have
Exactly.
3 sides.
That's why I like often saying that light is lying to us. He's not really telling us the truth.
Absolutely correct. And even if we're seeing something, we're trying to interpret it as best we can or understand. So we create a story to help us move on. But it doesn't mean we're right about the story.
Yeah.
You see a real close-up photo from a microscope of something, and a person could say it's this or that. But a person who doesn't know, you show them the same photo, they might think it's modern art or any number of things. And they would believe it because, there's no reason not to. So a bunch of people could look at, an extreme zoom of something in a photo, not really know what it's a picture of, and everyone would come up to some different conclusion.
But
and
also
actually
that
convince other
LiDAR,
people that they're right about what they see, and then they'd see the same thing.
I do like that LiDAR picture because it's so simple.
It's also made on Blender 3D, free.
Yeah. And you can see the horizon is perfectly straight line. Flat.
Yeah, Blender is made to virtualize everything visual in the real world, including the sun and the stars and the moon. It sets the stars at 5 miles above the surface. Why? I don't know why they take 5 miles, but it works for the program and for optics and simulating reality. So I'm not saying it is reality, that the stars are 5 miles up, but at least on that program, they're programmed in at 5 miles above the plane.
Yeah, I think it depends on the program. All these mathematical rules and how well you recreate in that virtual simulation.
Well, that software, it
Real.
simulates, blur on the horizon, all kinds of stuff, but it can also remove that and let you see to infinity.
Yeah.
Where normally you'd have basically a cutoff point on your scene. It'll allow you to see, objects that normally would be out of view, and to have them reduce with angular proportion. So with Blender, you can take away, all the fuzz, the reflections, refractions, whatever you want, and see, as if you had no restrictions to how far you can see or zoom.
Yeah. But even in a virtual world, if you give it a law, like if you try to recreate a giant globe and to recreate the world, and you will keep zooming in, you will be seeing only the sky if you do that.
Well, when they say the proportion of the sun to the earth in scale, now imagine you're in a big warehouse and you have a 10-foot in diameter ball. Now that represents the sun. Now you know what a garden pea is, like a pea in a pod?
Yeah.
Next to that 10-foot in diameter ball, you put a pea in a pod 12 feet away.
Yeah. And
That's supposed to be the scale of the sun to the earth. Bullshit. That little pea would be so cooked.
Yeah. Obliterated.
A little piece of charcoal floating in space.
Exactly.
So that's the scale they want us to believe the ratio of our sun to our earth is.
And you
10-foot
know
balloon
what?
with a
They
garden
say
pea
that
1,000 feet away.
that
Really?
that little pea has molten iron core, which is generating some kind of magical electricity.
And a non-ferrous rock orbiting it.
Yeah. Oh my God. That story is so hilarious. This is the problem. Their voice is the mainstream media. It needs to be shut all around. Mankind must do this.
Attention Walmart shoppers. Research Flat Earth.
I never been to Walmart.
I gotta
It's
say,
funny though.
I hate Walmart and I love Walmart.
Sometimes you find stuff.
A lot of people here and all over nickname Walmart Wally World, just like Disney World. Because some of those super centers, wow.
Yeah.
They're like 4 or 5 football fields of just shelves, car parts, house, garden, you name it. Banking, optometrists, dentists, all in one building, you know. They're huge, some of these super centers.
And they are not closed. I mean, they are running with the lockdown and quarantine.
Seems they've been incorporated as portals to the underworld. They all have tunnels and shafts and, you know, secret places in them. A lot of the Walmarts, apparently, and they're part of
Definitely.
A subterranean infrastructure.
That will be no surprise. I know that evildoers, they always need privacy and
The Aztecs had secret tunnels and caves.
Yeah.
The Marquis of Sade had over 80 miles of tunnels leading out of the castle and stuff, with exits everywhere. So, you know, you could appear like a magician, you know, disappear from in front of the castle and then appear behind the crowd and spook them. Same as the Aztecs. They could be at the top of a pyramid doing whatever, disappear, and a minute later be in the crowd. No one knows how. Well, they do. You know, under the Great Pyramid of Giza, there's a lake.
Yeah.
Huge. There's 3 bodies buried down there near that lake. Dignified, very well buried and stuff. But there's a goddamn eternal water source under the Great Pyramid of Giza. Do you think they care if the river runs red and there's plague? They got their food stocks. They got their water stock
Yeah.
for the pharaoh and his, guards and everything. The rest of the people can starve. Don't fucking matter. But they got their secret reserve and their permanent water supply. Who's kidding who? How they keep power. They've gone underground before. They're going to go again. They muck shit up here and hide down there. Wait for the ashes to cool.
I'm not sure they gonna last. Sometimes not even the caves can. I just saw a video today on YouTube showing a police car in Louisiana sounding an alarm. Sounded exactly like the alarm in the movie Bird. The Bird. Well, that's the truth. Their true home is way below those secret tunnels to which we see.
So, hey guys, we just had a Globe Earther Gladiator join. Hookaroo. Can you talk? Hookaroo, are you there? Hello, Hookaroo. All right, you're staying on mute. Never mind. Sorry. You were saying there, get beget. Got another new person named Orp Kale, but I don't think they have a BC verified. Can you talk, Orp Kale? Is there a moderator around? And hook up Orp Kale. And take that as a no.
I think this is going to become a lot more common as time goes on. Less and less zealots. How you guys doing?
Hello. No conversation again. We need some Globers, man. We need some Globers in the VC. Talk to. Oh, Catty. Catty is a Globertha, but yeah. Broke my gang.
Good afternoon. Is anyone out there?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. It's pretty quiet.
Yeah, I think everyone's chucked it in for the night. What time is it over there for you?
Oh, it's 2 p.m.
Oh, okay, not too bad. I've just woken up and had my first coffee Saturday morning
Oh, and you're in the UK?
in the land of Oz.
Oh, Australia.
Yep, down underneath the imaginary ball.
Yeah. Yeah, the upside down people.
Thankfully, that's not true anymore.
Yeah, well, if you can imagine, my goodness. What a thing to believe that people are actually upside down on the earth somewhere compared to others. I mean, that's just, wow. It's really quite preposterous if you think about it. How people, I just don't see how so many, literally billions of people believe that story, Just amazing how well the indoctrination was done, to have people deny what's right before their face, to deny what their own eyes see, walk outside and look and see a complete, total flat landscape, flat horizon, and somehow in your mind convince yourself that it's not the case. Wow. I know it sounds odd, but when I was still indoctrinated, before I had my eyes opened, it's not really something I thought about much. You know what I mean? I just went about my life, and it's not something I contemplated. Of course, I did a few times. I've always wondered, how that could possibly be. People actually, upside down. How that could possibly be the case. Of course, I wondered that throughout my life on occasion, but it wasn't something I dwelled on or tried to solve, the mystery of it all, which I don't understand that either, why I didn't find that, so preposterous that I looked into it. I don't understand why I didn't look into it on my own before I was wakened up by the flat earth. It's just it's a puzzling thought, to think, well, God, how could, it's just right there before your eyes, but yet even I don't consider myself a genius by any means, but I don't consider myself an idiot either. But that's sure, to think that is sure idiot. It's sure an idiot thing to think. So I don't know, man. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not until you turn your mind directly to the subject matter at hand that and the thing is, you can't just spend 5 minutes looking at it because of the indoctrination. And I think that's what stops a lot of people from investigating it. And it's like, oh my God, I've got to relearn everything. I just can't be bothered, kind of thing. So yeah, it's it is good to see that. At least the way I feel is that more and more people are waking up, but it still seems like an insurmountable amount of people that still need to wake up. But just keep plugging away, eh?
Yeah, there's not much else that we can do, or any one individual or even a group of people can do, other than what they're obviously trying to do here. I mean, you could start going door to door and out on everybody out on the streets and like the local preacher or whatever, but that just doesn't facilitate a lot of people's lives. They've got families and kids and jobs and responsibilities and stuff that are all tied into this ridiculous system anyway. It's just this system of slavery that we're all involved in and not even know it. I mean, to be born, that's one of the things that also baffled me, that when I finally realized that I was basically born into slavery and spent my whole life in slavery and didn't even realize it, didn't even comprehend that was the case. And that's another puzzling, thought in my mind. How could I have not seen what was going on? It's just, wow.
Yeah, it's it makes you, when you've looked at any documentaries, in the past about, kids that have been born into a cult and just see that as their world and can't see anything beyond the constraints of the cult itself. And like you say, that once you're awakened to flat Earth, and I'm not historically a religious person, but once you awaken to the fact that this is a creation, the concept of slavery just becomes like, oh my God, yeah, I'm in a slave prison basically. And that was the biggest shock for me. And then of course the realization that, it really is a cult because you are born into it. And
Yep.
I know what you're saying.
Yep. when all the lights turn on, I mean, maybe not every single light, but when the mass of the lights turn on in your brain and you see what's really going on, not just personally but worldwide, yeah, it's quite the shocker. It's almost incomprehensible as to how it could have gotten this bad, basically. I guess for lack of a better way to present it, because it is bad, in my opinion. To see everyone indoctrinated and shielded to the truth from the truth so perfectly that there's still today people that are born and live their entire life and never even comprehend, what's really going on. And I almost feel like sometimes that might be some kind of a blessing for some people, because it sure puts a load on your mind. It puts a load on your emotions. It puts it puts a person through some changes. At least it did me.
Yeah, it's inevitable because it allows you to start reevaluating everything. And my poor old dad, I lost him at the beginning of 2019, and he was mad on the spinning balls. Like he absolutely loved all that stuff. And it wasn't until the last few weeks of his life that I was actually able to break through that and just put a question or two in his mind that his reality might not have been what he thought it was all his life. But it wasn't much. But for me, it was like, okay, he can at least see that he just in this remaining time he's got left, that there's plenty of unanswered questions in life, and I think that a lot of people going through life, it made me realize it doesn't matter how old you are, you can wake up at any time. But he didn't have a full awakening, but it was just nice to see that he was able to, even at in his 90s, he was able to realize, hang on a minute, I might not have this story right.
Yeah. Yeah, my parents are in their mid 80s, 84. Well, not mid. My dad's 84. My mom's 81. They're still alive. My dad's pretty much can't walk anymore. He had an operation that went bad on his neck and caused him to lose his ability to walk. But other than that, they're doing pretty good for as old as they are. But it's been a struggle for me to wake them up. They seem receptive at the time. They listen to me, and they know I know what I'm talking about. I mean, they treat me with respect about it and stuff. But then it'll be another week or something will go by, and then they'll say something, that tells me they just still haven't got it. They still watch the news, and like my mom just freaks out over, well, didn't you hear what they said on the news? Didn't you? I'm like, oh my gosh, Mom, I told you to shut that off. It's not real, Mom. It's just, it's all, every single bit of it is not real. And she just, for some reason, she refuses to believe that every word of it is twisted. She still thinks that there's some truth coming over the mainstream news. And yeah, there might be some truth, like, yeah, it's Tuesday, and yeah, it's supposedly this holiday, or it's yeah, there's some truths coming out on the news, but it's not about anything that has any substance.
It was the same with my mum and dad. That bloody television set. They're convinced. And the problem is, if they don't watch, then when you go and play your golf game or that, then you're not in on the conversation, because that's it. They watch TV, during the day, or as retirees, and at night, and then they go out and socialize with their friends, and that gives them something to talk about. So it's the curse. The TV set's definitely the curse of trying to wake people up,
it's the curse of humanity. I mean, really. I mean, it's just, if you really look at it, it takes away your time that you should be spending with your family. It takes away your time that you should be doing with just anything and everything that you could be doing that would be beneficial to yourself, your friends, your neighbors, and your life in general. Every minute you sit in front of that stupid TV set, it's distracting you and taking you away from something that you could be doing to benefit yourself or someone else. It really is. It is such a curse for all of humanity. I mean, it's almost the worst thing that's ever been invented is that stupid TV set, because so many people are just glued to it, and they spend half their life in front of it.
Have you heard Alan Watt on the TV, where he was told by a friend in the CIA to never ever watch the TV? And he described that when he was a young boy, nobody had televisions about the early 1960s, and they all went out onto the heath. So you'd have about 1,000 families, all with blankets, and the children running around and playing. And in those days, you couldn't get a loan from the bank because a lot of people were poor, and the bank didn't want to risk, because they actually had everything was backed by gold and things. So, but the one thing they would allow was a loan for a television, and they imported these second-hand Browns TVs from America. And he said within a month, nobody was out on the heath anymore. All you could see is the little glow from the television sets down the whole street. And the frequency from the television sets puts you into a delta wave hypnotic state. So it's pretty cool.
That's amazing when you put that into perspective like that, because I can remember when I was a kid, we didn't have a TV at first. I mean, we were one of the first families to have one because my grandfather gave us his old black and white, because my grandpa had a bit of money and he bought him a color TV. So we inherited his black and white TV, and I was probably 4 years old, 5 years old. I can remember the first day we got the TV, and I'll be damned if we weren't all, I mean, we had our blankets on the carpet with our drinks and our popcorn, and, you know, it was like, and when I look back at it, it's basically what you just described.
I just posted the link so you can hear him tell the story himself. But yeah, they've been working on us a while. I mean, before television, they did it with fiction in the books, right? And then they moved from the books to the radio, and they moved from the radio to the TV. But the TV was the big one because it was putting you in that subliminal, suggestive state. But yeah, that's the absolute worst one.
Yep, I do remember those days. Like I said, I was just a little kid, and you're right. You know, it from the time we got that TV set, I mean, things sort of changed. You know, I mean, when I'd come home from school, I can remember coming home from school, and Mom would get out a cup of milk and a package of graham crackers, and I would sit down and watch cartoons or whatever in front of the TV. It was kind of like my little treat when I got home from school. Oh, here you go. Here's some cookies and milk, and you could sit here and watch TV, watch your cartoons for a minute. And, you know, not that I had to, but you know, it was something that was placed in front of me.
We were outside most of the time. You had your children's TV in the morning, and then, you know, you were up and out most of the day, playing sports or climbing trees or being a nuisance somewhere.
Yep. Yep, and they had the afternoon cartoon shows, like just right as soon as you got home from school. They had a special cartoon program that come on early morning, and then right after you get out of school, and as soon as you get home, there it is. I think it was Fireman Frank was his name.
I have a weird I have a weird take on it, because television was the only thing that I had that was sort of stable, because I was moving so often. The only thing that I had consistently was my television and my television shows. Used to watch one called Quantum Leap. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember the show. I've seen it many times.
Hey, Frank.
Yo, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good to hear.
So, what brought you to 24/7 Flat Earth?
Well, first off, right now I just wanted to listen to you guys what you're gonna say.
Okay, that's
like
fine.
about the Flat Earth and like those things, you know.
Yeah, no worries. There's lots of information being posted about. Give it a look.
Yeah.
Cool.
You scroll down, there's information channels A through Z. Every possible topic you could think of.
Yeah, okay. I saw. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you can ask questions, you can whatever.
Yeah, of course.
It's more efficient to just ask one of us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. All of this stuff going on with the movies and the things at the moment is, I suppose, more cuts a bit deeper with me than most people. Just I've had to cut it off basically. I noticed it actually a few years back. It was almost every show was very dark, dour. There wasn't like back in the day. You'd have pretty simple, happy type of shows, and you had those things up until a point, and then I just noticed all of them were following that pattern, where they were full of like, murder, violence, just, and I was just like, ugh, didn't want it anymore, so I got rid of it a couple of years back and live mostly off of YouTube's and that now.
Yeah, I turned my cable off. Oh, it's been over 2 years now. I'm not sure quite how long it's been, but yeah, I don't watch cable TV at all anymore. I just have an internet connection, and if I ever get the desire to watch a movie for some reason, like an old movie, an old classic or something, that's generally where I go, is some kind of an old classic or something that maybe gave me a little bit of happiness for a minute to watch a happy story or something, or
Bit of escapism's always good.
Yeah, but that's not very often. I don't find myself doing that very often anymore. But it's always available, even over the internet. You don't have to have cable TV or mainstream television to, find something that you can watch on the telly. And so I just got rid of it.
Yeah, it's gotten way worse now than it's ever been.
Oh yeah, it's so terrible now. The news is so ridiculous. It just has become a weapon. They've weaponized social media. They've weaponized the news media.
They've one of the best tricks they did was isolating people by taking out the family unit and not allowing young children have access to grandparents and older people. It means they can buy in nonsense more readily and easily. But if they had access to sensible older people, they would be told like, "No, this is nonsense. Don't go along with it. This isn't normal." But they don't get that anymore because they've just been cut off, really isolated.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not just the as bad as the news is today. I mean, I've always thought it was a bit of a joke, but it's more the programming through the other movies and TV shows they do for the young-minded.
Yeah.
They've got no defense against it, because they don't know any better.
Yep.
So yeah, just end up listening to people on Discord and talking on Discord.
Yep, that's all I spend my time doing as far as looking at a monitor or a TV screen. It's basically Discord anymore. I don't find a need for anything else. At least this way you can talk to people that are at least like-minded, trying to find some truth about. Yeah, I mean, now that I've understand the flat Earth as well as I do, I've sort of moved on to other truths. Been doing a lot of research on how there were all these cities here in the United States that just were either vacant at one time, or there was some kind of a reset, and then they burned the cities down. They were all sort of a Roman Greco type, Tartarian type architecture, and there's pictures of these cities all over the United States. I mean, they were everywhere, and now they're gone. They burned them down. They destroyed them. They had expositions at them, and then burned them to the ground and stuff. You know, erased the history. And so, you know, I was born and raised to think that when Columbus got here, that, you know, the only thing that was here was Indians and, you know, Native American type individuals that didn't live in big, huge, beautifully constructed stone cathedrals and all that kind of stuff, but they were here. And it's funny how you know, it took clear till now before I was awakened to that fact that that's not who lived here. Was just the Native American people. They were probably just the remnants of the people that were run out of the big cities, you know, or whatever caused them to be, you know, emptied, because they found cities like where I live here in Utah. When the Mormons got here, apparently the temple was already here. They just refurbished it. I mean, there were several other buildings. There were civilizations here that lived here long before, and they erased that history. They didn't want any of us to know about it.
Yeah, like the Salutrians. Have you heard of the Salutrians?
No.
So they found some flint that had a different styling, and when they traced the flint, it was from a small place in the southeast of France, and this was about 18 to 22,000 years old. So this was found in America, and this group of people were called the Salutrians, and what they think is they'd used the ice shelf, and they'd hopped over on the ice shelf until they got to the Americas, and they started. But yeah, they found a few settlements of that, but they've tried to cover it up because it doesn't fit the official narrative about these. I have my own term for the Native Americans. I call them escogens because they're quite close to the Eskimos and the Asians. But yeah, the idea that the ice melted and they walked across, obviously this was thousands of years earlier than that. So this proves that they, like you were saying, they weren't the native peoples. But that
there was somebody that had came here just prior to this United States becoming, you know, United States of America. Just maybe, you know, the 100 years or 200 years before that, there was a massive civilization here, huge cities. I mean, they burned them to the ground and destroyed them, so nobody knew. It's like, I mean, it's the most bizarre thing you'd ever almost imagine. For me, there was huge city in San Francisco, Chicago, New York. I mean, so many other places where they show pictures from like 1850. There's these big, huge cities already built when we weren't supposed to have even, you know, when the Mormons supposedly settled Utah, they, you know, the main narrative is that they crossed the plains and were, you know, attacked by Indians and whatever and this and that. But I'm not so sure that was the case. I mean, they got here and they found a huge city that was empty. They just inherited it, refurbished it for the most part. At least some of it was that way. And there's a lot of cities that are like that. There's some of the buildings are still even here. They got rid of 95% of them, but there's still a few around. And I don't know who these people were, but they had electricity, railroads, everything. It's pretty amazing when you look deep into it that there was a civilization here in North America that was at least as advanced as we are today. I mean, maybe not technologically, but in like cell phones and TV sets and all that kind of stuff. There was certainly some huge buildings and roads and electric trains and stuff like that were being used here. Pretty amazing when you look deep into it. And just crazy.
Yeah, there's still a lot to try to learn and figure out.
Yep. Yeah, I understand there's some in even in Australia and New Zealand and the same type of architecture. It was a worldwide civilization is what it was.
Well, they found Egyptian hieroglyphs in Australia in the Grand Canyon. They found different artifacts. Also, they had tobacco and coca in their wrappings,
Yep.
Which they could have only got from South America. They had one of these ships. It was sort of flat packed. They used rope and wood, and they could pretty much flat pack it and carry it across land and build it back up again as and when they needed it. And they found, I think it was that or something quite similar in a bog in Australia as well. And you've also got a connection with Ireland, the kilt, the King Tut's sister was in Ireland as well. So yeah, there's a lot of these connections that just get overlooked.
Yep. Yeah, there was definitely a seafaring people that sailed the entire plane. They had settlements everywhere. Been quite an eye opener.
Yeah, just keep scratching away, see what you find.
Yep, that's what we've been doing. Yep.
It's also how many different countries have got pyramids. Like they focus on obviously Egypt, and they don't even tell you about the other ones. There was one that I watched where they go, the Nile River used to be flowing in front of the three main ones, but there's about 13 that start from the Nile River origins and then followed it all the way down. And they've got some in Bosnia, they've got some in China, much larger than Cheops. The one in China they've tried to hide by putting trees all the way around it. It's called Shan, Xian.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen everything you've mentioned. Yeah, I've seen all that stuff as well. It's crazy, huh? Yeah, there's even pyramids in the United States. Believe it or not. There was even one in Utah that the settlers took apart in a little town down in central Utah called Meadow. They talk about a pyramid that when they got here and settled here, they took it apart, destroyed it, and disassembled it. They used the stones for building something else. But yeah, there's been pyramids found all over the earth, really.
And you know that
every continent, as far as I know.
That strange megalithic building techniques where they get the rocks and it's all oddly shaped.
Yeah.
You see a lot of that as well. The earliest parts of Egypt, the most ancient parts, they're using that same sort of structure. But what's interesting is there's maybe you could call it like an alleyway, and the left and the right are mirror images of one another with that kind of higgledy-piggledy structure. Apparently that was good for if earthquakes came around, it wouldn't all just topple over.
Yeah, the latest concept I've heard on that sort of makes sense to me is that those were, at one time, they were just filled with with rock and ground up clay. You know how you make stone. Like you can set a bag of concrete out, stack bags up. Say you bag up your material, you stack the bags up, and then when they harden just over time from the moisture in the air and whatnot, actually things get harder when you do that. When you cure concrete, you mix it up in powder form and the rocks and the powder and that. Then you just spread it out and let it sit and don't disturb it. And let nature harden it with the moisture from the humidity in the air and stuff. It makes it like way harder, way better. Some of these structures could have been built like with these material in like sandbags, and then as they hardened, then they grew together like that. The lines would be so tight you couldn't fit. You know, it's an interesting concept. That's how they were built. They weren't cut out of, chiseled from stone. They rounded up and then reconstituted it. Basically, poured blocks of granite, and they knew how to do that. They knew the specific stuff to put in those bags and stack the sandbags up, and then nature just hardened them with the humidity and the rainstorms and whatever else took place, and made these perfectly tight fit walls. It's a really interesting concept. I'm not sure if that's exactly what was done, but it sort of has that appearance that it could have been.
Yeah, it does seem like there may have been some method for melting the granite and pouring it into some sort of mold, or I don't know if you've ever listened to Michael Tellinger, but he stood next to one of these granite rocks with this great big footprint, and obviously, to put a footprint within a granite rock, it must have been soft or something at one stage. Have you seen that? I'll post an image of it, or a little video. Hold on.
Mic check, and evening everyone. Hello, mic check.
Oh, coming in loud and clear, dude.
You got me. Thanks, mate.
Sorry about that. I stepped away in the kitchen for a minute. But
no worries, dude. I just tagged you in the thing. There's a little video there of Michael Tellinger with the footprint in granite.
yeah, I've seen almost everything Tillinger's done. I've followed him for years.
So I think they must have had some way of softening the granite. You don't get a footprint like that unless it's softened in some way.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm leaning towards that. It was ground up, and it was basically like unhardened concrete mix. They made the blocks, they made the granite blocks, and they hardened, naturally from the moisture in the air and whatnot. And I mean, that is possible to do. I mean, there's people that have replicated it today. So, yeah, Tillinger's got some really interesting work he's done for years.
His stuff on Adam's calendar was interesting.
Yeah, it was.
And those little corrals where the equipment stopped working and the temperature changed.
Yeah.
The ring stone.
Yep, all them stone rings all over South Africa or all over the central. Well,
It reminded it reminded me of a vine with a bunch of grapes coming off of it.
Yeah, he's even taken some kind of frequency meters and voltage meters and detected all kinds of energy that are produced from those rings too.
Hey, Will, you got any questions? Are you there?
Yeah, Will. I just checked you in.
Yeah, I'm just here to listen.
Oh. Well, we can get a question and we can start talking about something.
How did you guys get into the Flat Earth Society?
No, we're not in society. Like I said before
My
in the
fault.
check-in.
I'm just used to saying it.
Yeah, that's why I said the information that you were provided was incorrect.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Society is an opposition. So what that means is they are controlled and they are not for the flat Earth.
Let me fix that. How did you guys get to believe the Earth is flat?
Well, we know the Earth is flat due to observation, measurements, and the lies that we've been told. So, have you done any research on the globe at all? Or do you just accept what they say about the globe?
I just know it's inaccurate because
Everyone agrees.
yeah.
Great. So, can we agree that you believe in the globe?
No, I believe that the Earth is flat.
So you're the one that I talked to about that. Okay. I had two people in there. One was kind of off. Oh, he's actually in here. JFK. I had to mute him. He has several accounts in here. He says that he's a flat earther, but he just showed his true colors. Okay. Now, if you say that you are a flat earther, do you have anything that you can prove to me about the Earth? What have you done?
So,
What
like
kind of
on
research?
the map, if you look on the maps, right, all of like the continents are like they say like Greenland is really small in real life, but on the maps for all like what the globe is supposed to look like, it's just really really big.
So yeah, those are maps, and they're not representations of actual real life. I mean, that's just kind of a concept. All maps are concept maps, and all maps are flat, of course. But even though they say it's a globe, So we can go over the 3 points. Okay. Okay, so the first one, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth? And can you provide me the information or testing that I can do? Like, can I test it myself? What information can you do? Can you provide me so I can test it myself? I know I'm saying it wrong.
I had to write this down the other day. Well, on my note, it's
I know it's the curve, it's a motion, and then the container. I know it's that. It's just saying them in the wording.
No, it was Miggy's starting bit of the sentence.
Yes.
I was after it was
Yes.
Do you know of any direct measure of the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how have you validated that?
There it is. Because I need to validate it for myself.
I wrote it down. I didn't remember it either, bro.
Okay. An axial rotation. That's for rotation.
Axial rotation next.
Okay, so Will, can you provide me that information? And it's okay to say no, I can't.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. The next one is axial rotation. How do you know we're moving, and can you provide me the information about it? No?
Nope.
Okay. And container. Can you provide me information about this container next to a vacuum? Gas without or gas pressure without a container.
We need a container to separate gas from a vacuum.
Okay. So you cannot provide me gas without a container.
That's right.
Okay. Well, that's the 3 points. So you can agree with me that it is a belief in the globe. Because you can't tell me anything more, and you can't provide me anything that I can test for myself. It's a belief, of course. Okay, so now to Flat Earth, provide me your information. Can you paint me a picture?
There's like no curve, all right? So like when you're at the beach, you can just see ships go like forever.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but
No, that's
you can
not.
bring them back into vision with you with some high-powered optics after they have appeared to go over the curve, which is just part of perspective and how your eyes work and various different things. But yeah, you really can't see forever, but you can certainly see further than expected.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't mean it like forever, like just for a really long time.
Gotcha. Okay.
At least more than what the globe would.
Yeah, more than like what the calculations would say.
Right.
Okay. Any more?
Oh, what are you asking for?
Just his information. You know what he said he was a flat earther, so I wanted him to provide me his information about the Earth, flat Earth. So he's providing me as much as he possibly can.
Does he not have any roles? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, at this point he just has the 2 roles. But he said he was a flat earther. So that's why I'm trying to get the evidence from him so that I can test it myself.
Hopefully get him the flat earth roll then.
Isn't there a check-in? Isn't that usually happening in the check-in channel?
No, that happens down here.
But yeah, we can do it anywhere. I mean, it's fine. I already checked him in the up there, and I just wanted him to get down here. So, because we didn't have a conversation going at all.
Yeah,
so
it can
this is
happen.
perfect.
You're right, anywhere, but
We can keep going.
We've had you can see too far.
Yep.
What else?
Yeah. What else? That's what I need. I need some more information, please.
Yeah, I haven't believed it for very long, and I haven't been able to do a lot of research.
Okay.
So that's what
But
that's what I'm going. Like that's what I'm
You
starting.
know, it's a flat Earth just because you can see so far. That's like your first.
Yeah, that's like my first
observation.
step.
Maybe you're more like a flat Earth inquirer.
On the fence is more like it right now.
Okay.
And that's fine. That's perfectly normal and fine. And we will give you the information that you need. Okay. But I'm going to put you on the fence for right now.
Okay.
Sounds good. And if you have any questions, like I said, just speak up. We're all ears right now. We don't have anything going on.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir, Mel. What's up?
Okay, so what do you guys think about the trade between the Brooklyn Nets and the Lakers? Sorry, the Houston Rockets. Oh my God, Lakers.
That's off-topic stuff.
Do you think?
Yeah.
No, do you think it was a good move that they bought James Harden or?
Basketball only works on the flat Earth. It doesn't work on the globe Earth.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
You do know that they work on a flat surface bouncing that ball too. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So you do know this is a flat Earth server?
Yeah, we have a flat Earth policy here.
Yeah, not as sports.
And I told you to read the welcome. We don't want to talk off topic stuff here. You know, it's kind of way off topic stuff.
Okay.
We do talk balls, but
of course we
not
do.
of the sporting variety.
Yeah.
Only the heliocentric religious
water
variety.
stick to that ball you're bouncing. Huh.
Yeah. Right.
Did they teach you to account for Coriolis at basketball school in the States? Or you just throw it because it's on a flat plane and not worry about the rotational speed?
Were you talking to me?
I was just being flippant, to be honest. But
I mean,
suppose if you...
states, you're saying like America.
Oh, if you were playing basketball on the equator, and the
Bro, that made me laugh. Imagine the basketball coach. He goes, "When you throw the ball, you got to. Here's the thing: you got to think about the Coriolis effect. When you throw the ball, remember to factor in the Coriolis. That's
what
funny,
is this
dude.
Coriolis? What is this?
It's a fake idea. That's what it is.
It looked like you're doing wicked curl shots, but it wouldn't be a real curl shot because the ball would actually be going in a straight line.
So how do you spell it? Can somebody in the lobby chat spell to me? How do you write Coriolis? How do you spell it?
Dude, I'm kind of surprised they haven't used that as like a propaganda outlet where you say like, "Oh, Jordan throws the ball. Oh, and because of the Earth's spin, he takes that into account and he scores and he wins the entire series." Like that would actually be a good propaganda.
They didn't even try that in Space Jam, did they? They didn't even try that, Black. Yeah.
No, they just extended his arm. I mean, they didn't even try.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, so Coriolis is when the Earth turns underneath stuff, right? So
I don't know what Coriolis is. So
You can go down below in the information part of this channel.
it's down below. It's one of these channels.
Yeah.
Corey.
There's a whole bunch of stuff down there for you to look at.
Oh wow!
I mean, all kind. You can be lost down there for weeks, watching videos on every subject.
Corey.
It's really a good place to go and learn about the flat Earth. It's really where you should probably go and watch some of that stuff. Look at it.
Yeah, I will be enlightened.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. There's a lot of good stuff down there.
Wait, so Coriolis, is it this additional information A to M?
Yeah, I'm looking now. I'm not sure if Coriolis is down there or not. I think it is.
Can you just send me a message, like private messages? How do you spell it? Because I need to Google that.
COR. You can search in the Discord. You know,
Okay.
there's the search engine within the Discord. Yeah, you'll get the suggestion. Yeah, it'll pop up.
Okay,
Coriolis. Yeah.
Coriolis.
CORIO.
Okay, yeah.
LIS.
Yeah, I just saw it. Coriolis. Damn.
Right, and then explain when we see this phenomena, right? Earth-based Coriolis. Because we don't.
Well, we can view the effect by simulating, like being on a roundabout or a merry-go-round or something like that. You can see what the effect is by throwing a ball while you're spinning on a surface. The ball will appear to curve when in actuality it's just going in a straight line. That's a Coriolis effect. It's when you see it curve, but it's not really curving. It's just an effect that is caused because you're the one moving. I think there's got to be a video of it down.
Yeah, I've posted an animation of it.
Yeah. Okay.
In the live stream voice text.
Okay, yeah, I see it now.
So what should happen is that when you're standing on the Earth and you're standing on the rotating body, then an airplane would look to you that it's curving away. It would deviate. It's an apparent deviate. The airplane isn't doing that. It's going in a straight line, but it is you turning underneath it, watching it curve.
If the Earth was spinning, you would see
if the Earth was spinning, right?
Yeah, but then the funny thing is the counter argument then is, well, have you ever been in a car and thrown a ball up when you're sitting in the back seat?
That's globiolis. That's not the real Coriolis effect. That's globiolis.
That's not analogous.
But they use this argument against it, and they don't even understand that, well, the reason why this occurs is that, yes, you're moving in a certain speed through space, and it seems like nothing is moving inside the car. It's because you're in a closed environment. And now if they're using that as an argument, they have to
24/7 Flat Earth
then
Discord
justify living
live.
inside a closed argument, in a closed environment.